Yes. imisozi izavaho n'udusozi tuzakurwaho, ariko imbabazi zanjye ntizizakurwaho, kandi n'isezerano ry'amahoro nagusezeranije ntirizakurwaho, niko Uwiteka ukugirira ibambe avuga. Yewe urengana ugahungabanywa n'inkubi y'umuyaga ntuhumurizwe. Amabuye yawe nzayateraho amabara meza, imfatiro zawe nzazishimangisha safiro. Iminara yawe nzayubakisha amabuye abengerana, kandi urugabano rwawe nzarushingisha amabuye nezeza. Abana bawe bose bazigishwa n'Uwiteka, kandi bazagira amahoro menshi. Uzakomezwa no gukiranuka, agahato kazakuba kure kuko utazatinya. Uzaba kure y'ibiteye ubwoba kuko bitazakwegera. Ahari bazaterana ariko sinjye uzaba bateranije. Uzagukoraniraho wese azagwa ari bo wazize. Dore ninjyure mu mucuzi uvugutira umuriro w'amakara agakuramo icyuma akoresha umurimo we, kandi umurimbuzi namuremeye kurimbura. Ariko nta ntwaro bacuriye kukurwanya izagira icyo gutwara, kandi ururimi rwose ruzaguhagurukira kukuburanya uzarutsinda. Ibyo ni byo murage w'abagaragu b'Uwiteka, kandi uko niko gukiranuka kwabo guturuka ahondi. Arakubwira ati ndaje ndaje, komera, ko ndi hamwe nawe, ninde wagushobora? Niko Uwiteka avuga. Amen. mukiza wanjye ndamahoro. Niragije Imana Data umpa muri Yesu Kristo, nejejwe n'Umwuka Wera ndamahoro. Niragije Imana Data umpa muri Yesu Kristo, nejejwe n'Umwuka Wera ndamahoro. Byose bizambera byiza ndamahoro, no mu byago nzaririmba ndamahoro. Naho ndiho naho ndapfa, nzi ko nguba n'Uwiteka, Yesu amijyonye na byose ndamahoro. Naho ndiho naho ndapfa, nshimira umukiza wanjye, none igitangaza, igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, igitangaza, igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza, none igitangaza, igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, oh n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza. Magana menshi y'abanyabyaha yanoranije nubwo mbishutiye, narabohowe ndamuririmbira, zaburi nyinshi mu mutima wanjye, ngo n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, igitangaza, igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza, oh n'igitangaza, igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, igitangaza, igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza. Kuko yapfiriye ku musaraba, umubiri bikizwe n'urukundo n'ubuntu butangaje, byatumye itagira umunyabyaha, oh n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, n'igitangaza, oh n'igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza, haleluya, n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, n'igitangaza, oh n'igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza. Namanukiwe n'umwuka w'Imana, anyuzuza mu rukundo rumwiye, nuzuye impundu mu mutima wanjye, abatirisha imbaraga z'ijuru, igitangaza, igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza, oh n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, kuko nahawe agakiza k'ubuntu, n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza, oh n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza, igitangaza, igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza, n'igitangaza, n'igitangaza, njye munyabyaha nahawe agakiza.
1 2 1 2. mwaramutse neza. Ndagira ngo numve ko mwese munyumva. Good morning everyone. I would like to test whether the voice is loud enough for everyone to hear me. Is this loud enough? Okay. All right. Welcome to everyone here present. My name is Bosco Kagaba. I work at IPA Rwanda, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone here present. We are gathered here this morning to listen and contribute to the discussions that will be themed around youth resilience and aspirations with regard to COVID, during the COVID era and after the COVID era. And this will lead us to a very interesting research that will compile what the youth think. And the recommendations that will come from that research will be very important on the policy side, on the youth side, and on the other part of all the stakeholders that come together to see the wellness of the youth. And this research is not only going to be conducted in Rwanda, but it is also going to be conducted in 6 other African countries, focusing on the south of Sahara. So this morning, I would like to welcome the key guests that we have, but before we do that, I want to start with the introduction to make sure that we are in this room knowing who is here and the institutions we are representing. So I would like to ask my colleagues to pass the microphone so that we introduce ourselves, and then we start. I will simply, after the introductions, I will go through the agenda. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chuck. I work for the Ministry of Trade and Industry as SME policy specialist. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Clarisse Muraza from Ministry of Finance, Planning Department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yedidia Sizei. I am the Deputy Chief of Party for the Bright project, which is building resilience in TVET through e-learning. And we are a MasterCard Foundation funded project.
Morning, I'm Denise Ongari from UN Women. I'm the Gender Joint Program and the Youth Program Manager. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Rita. I'm coming to Convening organization. I'm a trainer.
Morning, everyone. My name is Musanavan Odette. I'm coming from Guamagana District, Youth Volunteers.
Morning, everyone. My name is Wihore Betty. I come from Gisela District, instead of Ubumwe Community Center. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Monique Kisa from Harambe Youth Employment Accelerator, and I work as a bridging manager there. Like she said, we're also funded by MasterCard Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Nkurunziza. I'm the journalist from the New Times.
Good morning. My name is Jean Dodier from the Ministry of Education. I'm in charge of education and policy analysis.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Innocent Kubgimana, a researcher at IPA.
Morning.
Dr. Naboth Namara, Senior Research Fellow at IPA.
Good morning. I'm Wilson Gakuru, a student teacher from University of Rwanda, College of Education.
Good morning. I'm by names of Jovan Smuton. I'm a student at University of Rwanda, College of Education.
May I request that the back door be open, please? Keep it open.
Good morning. I'm Kayonga Robert from IPA Rwanda. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mohoza Melissa from IPA Rwanda. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Delphine Wanyirigira from IPA Rwanda. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm God Isaimbo Nshuti. I'm Executive Director, Rwanda Youth in Action Organization. Is youth-led organization, which I have mission to empowering youth, especially girls. Thank you.
Good morning. My names are Angel Muteteli. I work with Action Aid Rwanda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Everest Gahima. I'm research fellow at IPA Rwanda. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Amos Fituninda. I work with Rwanda Development Board.
Good morning. My name is Mhira Simon Pieri from Uwezo Youth Empowerment. We work with the youth and children with disability to empower them and even to advocate for the meaningful inclusion in various domains. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jean Didier Nabaresha. I'm journalist at EJ.com.
Good morning. My name is Karim Maniraguha. I'm from Imbuto Foundation. I'm an art Rwanda Ubuhanzi artist. I'm a poet, a writer, and a film actress.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Dixon Malunda. I'm a senior researcher at IPA Rwanda.
Good morning. My name is Daniela Ngarambe. I'm a policy fellow at the Ministry of ICT and Innovation.
Good morning. My name is Sylvester Chen. I work for PASGA, Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, as a senior M&D officer.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Martin Atella. I work at PASGA with Sylvester and colleagues who have joined you. Really good to see you all today.
Thank you. My name is Eugenia Kaitesi. I'm the Executive Director of IPA Rwanda.
What I'm saying? Did I say it right? My name is Anthony. I would not encourage you to pronounce my surname, but I'm the Executive Director for PASCA. Thank you. You don't want to get into trouble because if you bite your tongue, I don't have insurance for you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bosco Guaitare, representing the Ministry of Youth and Culture.
Well, thank you all for the introductions. We now know who is here, and it's a very wonderful mix of the delegates. So allow me to now proceed with the today's agenda. Well, we have started a bit late as per the schedule that we had, but we will make it wonderful. The conversations will be lively and everyone will enjoy it. So I'm saying is that we'll make sure that we don't miss any of the moments that will come later. So we are through with the introductions. We are going to move quickly to the introduction of this particular project that is convening us today. And right from there, we will go into the opening session. So we will have remarks from Madam Eugenia Kaitesi, the Executive Director of IPA Rwanda, followed by opening remarks by Mr. Anthony Mveyange, Executive Director of PASGA. And then we'll have a keynote address and official opening by Mr. Bosco, representing the Ministry of Youth and Culture. And right after there, we'll have a health break, and our key guests plus the executive directors, then Dr. Martin and Dr. Dixon will join us in a short press conference. And then later we will have the remarks focusing on the project by Dr. Dixon. And then the after session will be announced when we start. Allow me now to welcome Dr. Dixon Malunda, Acting Director of Research at IPA Rwanda, to briefly introduce the project to the audience. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Bosco. So welcome. This is a project about youth aspirations. Aspirations also in terms of youth employment during the COVID, after the COVID. Why are we here? And I know that the other following speakers will speak more, but I'll just go right on. What do we want to get out of this Inception workshop? So what we want to foster in this workshop is, one, we want to foster discussion. We want to share information. We want to build stakeholders and collaboratively design the research project and also enhance the evidence. So the evidence is going to come from the study. So what we have here is different people, organizations, government, but especially youth. And one of the things we talk about while planning this is getting the youth voices on the table. So I think we'll encourage that. So at the end of this workshop, what is it that we expect? We want to get a shared understanding of this project, okay? Then we'll get to know which stakeholders are working in different areas here. We want to constitute what they call an utafiti sera. That is a Swahili word, but in Kinyarwanda, it's politiki z'enshingano cy'obushakashatsi. So it's a platform for continuous engagement on youth employment, youth aspirations, and resilience in Rwanda. And then we'll finalize the Inception report with inputs from you, because we have already worked on an Inception report. While we get inputs on the design, on what you expect out of here, we get these inputs and finalize in an Inception report, which we can share. And the whole overall thing is to get some comprehensive information of understanding on the challenges of the youth, especially the youth voices themselves, and also the people working with the youth. And the key thing we want to get out of this is inclusivity. So we're talking about male, female youth, disabled, all the excluded. So without further ado, this is all briefly what I'm going to say, what we expect. And I'll give the floor to our directors to address us, who will get into more details. But later, as I'll go to the presentation, I'll get more enlightening about the project itself in my next presentation. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon Malunda. So we will have a presentation about the project. So this was just an introduction. Now allow me to invite Madam Eugenia Kaitesi, the Executive Director of sorry for this. So we now have Dr. Martina Teller from PASGA to address us. Doctor.
morning once more. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Good morning. Habari zenu. I'm sure that we speak a bit of Swahili in Rwanda, so I'll take that again. Habari zenu. Mr. Bosco Gaitame, I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, the representative of the Ministry of Youth, Dr. Anthony Mveange, Madam Eugenia Kaitesi, who I consider both my mom, my friend, and a colleague, guests, youth who have joined us today. It is wonderful to join you this morning for this important convening, looking at youth aspirations and resilience and adaptability among the Rwandese youth before COVID, during COVID, and with a view to think about what does the post-COVID period look like for you. It is indeed a privilege to join you for this conversation, what we call Utafiti Sera. Dixon introduced Utafiti Sera as a Swahili word for research policy, what we think at PASGA as an innovative approach for moving evidence, for bridging the gap between evidence generation and evidence use between various stakeholders. I say it is a privilege because I have been in this space for the last 5 years working with IPA, which explains why I refer to Eugenia as a friend and a mother. Because in those 5 years that we've worked with IPA Rwanda around convening stakeholders and working with them to address really difficult policy challenges on urban governance in Kigali, and then now on urban governance on 2 other cities out of Kigali, it's always been a warm space to be in. Both Kigali, both the Rwandese people and the IPA colleagues that I have interacted with have always given us a wonderful open door to engage, to work together in a very respectful manner. They've made us feel welcome in this space. They've made us feel that our ideas are genuinely welcome here. And the government officials I've interacted with here in those last 5 years have made us feel really welcome to be in this city. So for me, that's a major privilege that I'm grateful for. I want to really take you quickly through what this project is about. And I hope I can limit my time so that I welcome the people who should be talking. I am here to listen, to learn, and to understand what it is that the Rwandese people and the Rwandese youth want with their future. Elijah, if you're there, please put up my slides. Yes, so the other thing I think I enjoy very much about Rwanda is the beauty of the country. It's a wonderful country to be in. About a week or 2 ago, I was here and we had the opportunity to drive all the way to the city of Rubavu. The meandering hills, the hilliness, it was raining, it was challenging, but I picked a couple of things which were very uniquely Rwanda. One of them is the discipline on the roads, right? The driver had a big 4x4, but he would not go beyond 80 kilometers per hour. Indeed, he was mostly at 60 kilometers per hour. Being Kenyan, I kept complaining. I was wondering, come on, man. You know, can we not budget about these fines that you're supposed to pay, put it in the budget and just move a little bit faster? But the reason I'm bringing this up is because it explains the low number of road accidents that are reported in this country. And if we can achieve that level of discipline in this country, it can be done anywhere in the continent. That's number one. Number two, the mayor of the city, of the district of Rubavu, I'm told they're mayors of the whole district, not just the city, joined us for our Utafiti Sera convening in that city. And the level of depth of engagement, how people spoke about their thoughts, their aspirations, what they want the city to do different for them, the openness within which they spoke. And for me, the depth with which they engaged the mayor was just at another level, right? And this is the amazing thing that I see about this country. And of course, if you add about the beauty of Lake Kivu, you know, I was offered the opportunity to, you know, look for land and build somewhere there and come and retire there. I was also challenged whether I'm married, if I can be given a wife locally. So you can imagine how sweetened my present here has been. So let me just move on and walk you through our Youth Aspiration project that is supported by the MasterCard Foundation. Now to make my screen full. Yeah, but it's up there. Thank you, Elijah. Now, the objective of this research project, and it's a research and uptake project, is to be able to understand what are young people's aspirations, how are they adapting, and what are the resilient strategies that they're putting in place as they respond to the challenging policy, pandemic, and other environmental issues that they face. Okay, we're all aware that in the continent, this is one of the youngest continents in the world, where there are a lot more younger people, and therefore investing in understanding what they think is important for them is key in developing policies that respond to those very needs. This project is running across 7 countries. Dixon already said that. Apart from Rwanda, we are in Ethiopia, we are in Ghana, we are in Kenya, we are in Nigeria, we are in Senegal, and of course we are in your neighbor here, Uganda. It is a 3-year project, began last year in March, going all the way to December next year. And a couple of activities. Last year we had an Inception workshop that the group from IPA joined. We are establishing what we call the Utafiti Sera houses. I will talk about Utafiti Sera later in the day, but the objective of Utafiti Sera houses really is to build a community of practice that together use evidence to solve important public policy challenges. Now, as we do the research, as we work together with you to generate this important evidence, we will also be working with you to package that evidence in a manner that policymakers such as Bosco can use to transform the policies in the country. Next slide, Elijah. Together with my team, yesterday we had an important meeting that brought together all the country teams, the 7 country teams, and we were beginning to reflect. Given Rwanda is our last country to establish our Utafiti Sera house within this project, what is it that we are learning along the way? And I just want to share with you a couple of things that have come up. One of them is this significance of building relationships with different stakeholders. And this is a challenge to IPA. I know they're already in that space and they're already doing it, but it's also a challenge to us as groups that are here together, that it is important for us to invest in these relationships, both interpersonal and within the house. And these relationships are key because it helps us break the barrier between what the researchers are thinking are doing, what the youth are thinking are doing, and what the government is thinking and doing. When we break those barriers, it is more likely that the kind of outcomes we will have will be much more engaging, will be much more useful for moving the country forward. The second thing is that when we talk about youth aspirations and resilience and the desires and ideas of youth, we need to break the walls that separate the youth from the rest of the society. In a lot of societies in our continent, the youth are viewed with a given angle. They are seen, there's a group of people that see them as a threat because they are many, they are young, they're energetic. And that group, that line of thinking says, if they are not empowered, if they're not given opportunities, they are more likely to go into becoming a security threat. I hold a different opinion. Because if you look across the continent of Africa, if you interact with the young people in this continent, each of them every day wakes up with a lot of aspirations, with a lot of hope to try and find something that they can use to make themselves better. Indeed, if the large population in the continent was would purely result, or what has been recalled, what has been referred in some sectors as the curse of the huge generation of youth in the continent, would result in insecurity. We could be seeing insecurity across the continent all through. But every day, When you walk out of the street there, you see young Rwandese waking up, trying to find something they can do to make themselves better, to make their societies better. So we need to break the walls to create inclusive forums where both non-technical stakeholders and technical stakeholders can engage in finding solutions together. We also need to find a way in which we can leverage on our practitioners' interest so that they listen better and they listen in-depthly to the youth. It is not just about bringing youth into a session like this and saying we gave them a chance. No, it is about opening up those spaces and accepting that indeed the youth may hold a different opinion from what you may have. They might have a different aspiration from what you may have. I give this example all the time. You know, in most of the developed Western countries, you find students, they're students during the day, but at night, they're also bartenders. They're gaining important interpersonal skills that they will use to become better people. When they finish their degree and apply for jobs, they are proud to say, I was a bartender in this city, you know, because that was an important skill that they gained through the process. Is it the same thing here? Do we allow our youth to work during the day and in the evening be a DJ somewhere to earn extra money? Or are we still restricted in the way we think about the gig economy, for instance? The third point that we are learning is the use of technology to facilitate this kind of networking. At the moment, we're engaging with an online platform, an online group of people that could not be with us here physically. And if there's one thing that COVID has taught us, is that you know, innovation and the use of technology can help us bridge gaps, you know, for human interactions. It's important to have the interpersonal interactions, but if that is not possible, we can use and leverage on technology to make engagement possible. And indeed, our youth are very keen on using technology to propel their well-being. Elijah, the next slide, please. Thank you. A fourth important point is the gender balance. And when we talk about the gender balance, this is not just about women and men. It is also realizing that even within intra-gender spaces, people have different aspirations and ideas about what they want to be. The challenges that the girl in the village in Rwanda, in that beautiful village in the district of Rubavu, in the province of Nyanza faces is very different from the challenge that the beautiful girl here in Kigali faces. All right? So policy has to respond to that variation if we are to respond genuinely to the needs of the people. And importantly, Africa has realized that you cannot separate, you cannot suppress one gender and lift the other and expect society to grow. And I'm proud that Rwanda indeed is taking leadership in terms of leveling the field, in terms of shattering the glass, so that it's not just the boy child who thrives, but both the boy child and the girl child thrives. It is important that we look for ways of getting ideas from our youth that is more creative. Within this project, we are innovating and trying things like photo voices, for instance, giving space for the youth to take photos around their environment and see whether they can create stories using those creative approaches. And it is important for us to always innovate around how do we engage policymakers. It is not enough to blame policymakers for not listening to us as researchers. I'm speaking now as a researcher. It's very easy to say, oh, we've done this research, we've published, we found these new ideas, but these policymakers are not taking up what we are suggesting. Are you investing in relationships that bring them closer to you? Are you investing in relationships that breaks the gap between their challenge in accessing your technical documents and the limited space they have across the different things they have to deal with? Imagine if IPA Rwanda is always at the door of the Ministry of Youth every day. How many IPA Rwandas are available in this country? 1,001, right? And you're targeting this one single policymaker. So we have to be innovative in how we engage with our policymakers to make sure that they listen and engage with us properly. Elijah, my next slide, please. a little bit of the space of youth in Rwanda. And I will run this through very quickly. Most of these statistics, I obtained them from the National Institute of Statistics here. 13% of our youth here, of the total population here, are youth aged between 15 and 35. Please correct me if that's not the definition of youth here. It's important that we get it right. 2/3 of this population is aged under 25. So that's a big group of people aged under 25. It is important that government and non-governmental actors, development partners, begin to think how to tap into that important demographic. Okay, 65% of them are underemployed, not unemployed. There's a distinction. Underemployed, which means they could use their skills better. They could be in better spaces to use their skills, but they don't have that opportunity. An important demographic when we think about youth in Rwanda is those who are in peri-urban and rural areas. And it's not this is not unique to Rwanda. This is something across the continent. It appears that youth are telling us that we seem to only get opportunities much better when we are in urban spaces. Not many people are thinking about us who are in the villages. It is time that changes, because it is a huge group of people who are in the peri-urban and rural areas who are being left out. And most of them find their spaces in the informal sector. Okay. Lastly, young women are most likely to be unemployed and underemployed. So the gender variation emerges again in this conversation. Elijah, my next slide, please. Yeah. This is saying the same thing. The rural youth are relatively neglected. Majority of our youth believe that their goals will be met when they're here in Kigali rather than in the rural areas. Majority of the Rwanda youth define dignified and fulfilling work as job that provides reliable income, right? So that they don't have to worry about what tomorrow will bring with it. And most of them look at successful life as having a good job and becoming rich. Of course, self-fulfillment is important to them as well. They face a number of challenges in meeting these aspirations. One of them is limited educational opportunities, as well as lack of awareness about employment opportunity, particularly for youth in the rural areas. Something that encourages me, if you look at youth across the 7 countries we are studying, the youth here are resolute. They are confident about their country, the situation they are in, and they are confident it will get better. That is something I think the government ought to hang on to and leverage on. Elijah, next. That's my last slide. What does all this then mean as we talk and engage you today? One is the fact that by including our youth in this process and in this project, we are more likely to get their voices and to amplify those voices in understanding their challenges during COVID and in thinking about what the future looks like post-COVID-19. We want to think that it is important for Rwanda to expand the different channels that can promote local career aspirations, particularly vocational training for the youth here. We also want to think that all this finding means that there is need to target our youth in the rural areas and in the urban areas, because most interventions often leave them out of opportunities. And finally, and importantly, shifting gender norms around work requires that we invest a little bit in transferable skills, in interpersonal skills to empower the different youth, right? Even up to the community level, in ensuring that they have access to adequate employment opportunities, or those who want to pursue entrepreneurial opportunities can pursue that. This is particularly important for our young women in the country. I want to stop there. I've taken a lot more time, but this is our last of initial convenings, and I just thought it is important for us to reflect with you about what we have seen elsewhere and walk with you about how does the Rwanda story add to the other 6 stories that we have been seeing. I want to stop there and hand over to Bosco. Bosco, are you there? Thank you ever so much. I look forward to a wonderful conversation with you.
Well, that was wonderful. How many of you now understand the reason why we are here, this particular project? Can I see a raise of hands? So that means Dr. Martin Taylor has done a wonderful job, and we appreciate. Thank you, Dr. Martin, for the introduction. So we are now into the LEO work. So allow me now to invite Madam Eugenia Kaitesi to make welcome remarks, and you are going to feel at home. Thank you.
Is this one? Yes. Thank you very much, Bosco. Good morning, everyone. I think it will be hard for me to speak after Martin. He has really, talked about the project, and so I'll dwell so much on what he hasn't talked about. And mine is a simple one. It's just to give a welcoming remarks. And Bosco from the ministry, who is representing our guest of honor, she will be joining us at around 11:30. Madame Solange, Edie Pascal, distinguished guests from different ministries, representatives of international and local organizations. I heard you introducing yourselves. Youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Like I said, my role is so simple. It's just to welcome you and to make sure that we thank you for always responding to our invitations as IPA. We do not take it for granted when we invite you to respond. You respond and come and participate in our workshops. So like I said, I will dwell so much on what these previous speakers haven't said. I'll talk about IPA Rwanda. I'm happy to be addressing youth. It's very thrilling to see you guys seated here listening to what is going to come out of research. Research is key for development. And if our youth really take up research and they own it, it will be very useful to the nation, to you and you yourselves. So the Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, IPA Rwanda, is a leading independent, not for profit. Independent, we mean we are not government, we are not for profit, and we are a research and policy analysis think tank in Rwanda, with a reputation of conducting high quality research and policy analysis and promotion of a culture of debate and dialogue on policy issues. So when we come here to discuss youth issues, it's one of our mandates, because the big mandate that we have is to encourage a culture of debate and to come up with, discussions, findings that will inform policy, and especially policy development and policy implementation. So in a bid to promote this culture of debate and dialogue on policy issues, IPA partners with different partners across Africa, across the globe. And today we are very happy to be partnering with PASCA, and we have Edie and Martin here. Martin is said it, he's my son. We've been working with him for a long time. And so they've become really partners with us, and we appreciate this, Edie, that you're here for this workshop. Bosco will talk about it. I know the government of Rwanda underscores the importance of youth empowerment and has put a number of policies. I will not labor to explain this, and programs to support youth. Our youth are aware of this, and a number of programs are really being implemented, a number of initiatives are being done, and to really make sure that our youth are involved, because we know you're the future. This is the future of our country. This is the future of our national development. And therefore, I know the policymakers really put a lot of emphasis on really empowering youth, and a number of people will talk about it. So it's been said, Pascal, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, with the support from MasterCard Foundations, is implementing a multi-country research project, like they said, on youth aspiration, resilience, and adaptation in different African countries. I want to explain, they talked about them: Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Uganda, Ethiopia. And we are always also happy to learn from these different countries. I think Martin has really done a good job. It's better to compare, to know what is happening in other African countries concerning youth and concerning policy making, concerning the good policies that are being implemented there. So it really brings about knowledge sharing. So the project, I think the aims of the project, I don't want to really go into this. Dixon will talk about it, Martin has talked about it, but it's actually to explore the young men's and women's aspirations, the adaptability and resilience in, before, during, and post-COVID. I know COVID has really had a bad impact on our economies, on the national development, but what about youth? A special concern on youth. How has it affected the youth? In terms of employment, I know a number of people have lost their jobs. I know people are not working. I know. So how this measure, we need to measure it, we need to quantify it scientifically, and know really how the youth have been affected in Rwanda and even in other African countries. And I think this knowledge is the one that informs policymaking. It's the one that really makes policymakers, take decisions that impact change. This, I think, one of I don't know, is it a value? We are here to impact change in Rwanda among our citizens, among the youth, and I know you're our biggest citizens. So as I close, I think the Inception workshop would foster discussions, information sharing, like I said, and knowledge building among stakeholders to collaboratively design and bring up good research, policies that are, good researched policies that are going to be implemented. So it will explain the research project to stakeholders. They will do it, identify and select stakeholders that will be critical for the project process, and constitute an utafiti sera. Dixon talked about it in his broken Kinyarwanda, but I think I can say it's a politique zishingiye ku bushakashatsi. I think it's good. We need to have policies that are evidence-based. We need to have decisions that are really scientific and are evidence-based. So without further ado, I want to thank you again and wish you successful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Eugenia Kaitesi, for the wonderful remarks. I cannot add anything. So this takes me to the next key speaker, Mr. Anthony Mveyanje, the Executive Director of PASGA. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It has been a while. Last time I was here was 2020 in February. And when I landed, I realized what disruptive COVID had been in our countries. I felt new in Kigali while I used to come here every other week in my previous job. Let me start off by acknowledging Mr. Bosco Rwaitare, who is the representative of the Director General from the Ministry of Youth, Madam Eugenia, our host. I don't know whether I should say mom or sister, whatever, okay, okay, mom, our sister, our colleague, our partner from IPA, colleagues from MasterCard who are joining us online, who are here physically, government representatives. I've heard their government representative, Minister of Finance, Minister of Youth, probably, UN representatives who are here. I've heard somebody from UN Women, journalists, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocol observed. This job requires you do that. I wish I was just like Martin and free flow and speak from the heart as a researcher. But there's a price to being an ED, there's a price to being a CEO. I don't want to dwell much on what Martin has said. I want to pick a few statistics. And one is on COVID. What has happened in Rwanda before and during, and now we are in the COVID. And I just picked a couple of statistics. One, in 2019, unemployment rate in Rwanda stood at 19.4%. As of 2020, it stood at 22.4%. So it jumped up by 3 percentage points. 3 percentage points of people dropping into unemployment is not a small number. It's a big number and it's worrisome. It could be bigger. And this is by far above the world average, which stands at 13.6, and the general unemployment in Rwanda, which stands at 17.9 across the board, not on youth. So what are we going to do with this? What can governments do to respond to this? Yesterday, I visited ALU and I was meeting the administration there, and we were talking about youth and the educational programs, the way they are pushing for entrepreneurial skill sets among African youth in different countries who are studying at the university. Quite illuminating discussions. And I felt when Martin was talking about some of these statistics and this narrative around them, it is something that I would comment on. But I think what is more important before I unpack the statistics is to think about country experiences. What is it that is going through different countries? And Martin has hinted a bit on what have we learned across the different countries. I've had the chance to engage ministers, higher level government officials in the 6 countries that we have been to. And the experience is quite illuminating. When you hear the challenges in Ghana, the challenges in Nigeria, the challenges in Senegal, the challenges in Ethiopia, and you come to Uganda, there's an East African problem, there's West African problem. There are quite a number of nuances that are very important to understand for police. And then I'll talk a little bit about what's the bigger picture of this. We are doing it for Rwanda, for research, doing it the right way, capturing the nuances, the heterogeneities across different groups in the society. But what's the bigger picture? The bigger picture here is in African settings, in African 2063 development agenda, youth have been left out. And it's a fact. We have a lot of policy prescriptions. Most of them are short-lived. These policy prescriptions have very little youth voices. So the bigger picture of this project, and we are very grateful for MasterCard's partnership in this, is to see if we can reverse the trend. Can we? I think we can. Most often, policy prescriptions start from policymakers crafting what youth want, not necessarily knowing exactly that's what youth want. I think it's about time, given what Africa is going through, the typical what we call demographic dividend, and the challenges that come with demographic dividend in the continent. It's about time to start flipping the narrative. It's about time policy to be bottom up and not top down. And this is the essence of this project. The bigger picture here is, again, once we conclude this project, we hope to convene an Africa, a continental-wide conversation around what is it that African youth want. We know COVID now is endemic. COVID is here to stay. Maybe in the past 2-3 years ago, we were hoping it will go, but come 2023, there will be no COVID. There'll be vaccines, a lot of hypotheses and speculations. Now we live with the fact that COVID is here to stay. Life has to move on. COVID has devastated youth. There are so many youth who are hopeless, have lost their hopes, who have lost direction because of COVID. And I can tell Rwanda must have been devastated significantly because of the lockdowns, for example. The government took public health very seriously here, and you did very well to contain COVID. But that came with a cost, because serious lockdowns, businesses could not mushroom, SMEs, young people struggled. How do we respond to that? And in between this struggle, during this period, what has happened? How have youth in Rwanda managed to survive? How have they managed to thrive? how have they managed to adapt? What was the bigger driver of their resilience? These are key lessons for police. And I'm very much pleased joining IPA as our partner in Rwanda to try to understand this at a granular level, to try to understand this from the youth's point of view and shaping policies from that point. I think that's quite lucrative. That's quite powerful. Getting to influence and change policies from the perspectives of the youth and not from the perspective of the policymakers. Hearing the experiences of the youth of what has worked, what has not worked, what has plaguing them in many ways in different directions is actually quite powerful. And I think I want to encourage all of you. You want to think of, Martin mentioned 74% of Rwandan youth are in rural areas. Most often when you convene this, and I usually say this in all the countries we've been to, because we invite youth who live in Kigali, in urban cities, who have access to internet, who can watch Netflix and things. They have access to modern lifestyle, but they're just a fraction, a very small, significant fraction of the entire youth in a country. 74% of youth in Rwanda are in rural areas. So when we think today of what are the pertinent issues affecting youth, when we think today what stakeholders mapping should be done to enable this project to kick off successfully, I would encourage you to think of Rwandan youth who are in the rural areas, to think about their voices as if they're in the room. Place yourself that you are somewhere in the rural area in Rwanda and you are a Rwandan youth. What would you wish to say that needs to be captured here? That's the challenge I want to impose to all of you. Let's forget Kigali a little bit. It's called Chigali. Let's forget Kigali. Okay. It's nice. The infrastructure is nice. Let's think about those in rural areas where a majority of Rwandan youth are. This project, whatever is going to come out of this project, will inform policies that will affect them more than will affect some of us who are in urban areas. So I want to encourage you to think about that. Think about the Rwandan youth in rural areas who don't have access as you have, who must have been devastated significantly by COVID, and who probably are still struggling now going forward because COVID is here to stay. How do we reach out to them? How do we support them? What can governments do? This research is meant to bring out such narratives, and how best IPA can actually go ahead, design this research in a way that is policy informative. It depends on those inputs from you. I want to talk a little bit about our partnership with MCF. I just alluded just a little bit. I want to, once again, acknowledge and appreciate our partnership with MasterCard. I think it's quite timely, and this speaks to MasterCard's role, or rather vision, of creating meaningful employment to about 30 million African youth. This is particularly in line with PASCA. PASCA as a non-partisan, not-for-profit organization, which focuses on generating evidence on public policy and governance in Africa. Actually, we are tied by the hip with what MasterCard is giving us. This is an area that we are very keen on. We are very keen to deliver. We are very keen to ensure we spice up conversation on public policy and governance in Africa. We engage in a way that it's informative. And Martin has talked about Utafiti Sera. I'm sure he'll talk more about Utafiti Sera. It's really doing research differently. And how do we demystify the disconnect between research and policy? How do we put stakeholders, people who are most likely affected by the research and the evidence that we generate, at the center of policy discussions, at the center of the thinking around the research that we generate? This is very critical. This is very key. And we are very much grateful for the support that MasterCard is providing for this. We have many other partners who are supporting our research agenda in different aspects. I wouldn't wish to talk about them, but I want to also echo IPA. Your role into this project is very critical. All of us in the room are key stakeholders to the success of this project. So I want to say thank you very much for your presence. I don't wish to welcome you because you are home. I probably should feel welcomed. I always want to come to Kigali. And I want to express my sincere thanks to Mr. Bosco on behalf of the government of Rwanda. I know always getting governments now is kind of tricky, but I think being available on a short notice is something that we don't take for granted. I want to say thank you on behalf of PASCA, and I suppose on behalf of IPA and our donors as well. With those few remarks, Bosco, may I now welcome you to give us your goodwill message from the ministry, few remarks, and then the rest of the program can continue. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. Distinguished delegates, I thank you so much for inviting us on this important, can I call it, workshop. I would have to wait Director General to come to deliver some of the remarks, but I said once when I'm here, we should not take this time waiting DG to come and deliver some remarks. She's going to come in a few minutes. But since my usual work, it's I'm used to work with young people, and I'm still so young. And I'm very happy when I entered here to see that's what is going to be discussed. It's going to be based on research. And those are things that sometimes influences policies, and my position is it's policy development. I'm a specialist in policy development, mainstreaming, and partnership. So, and a part of that, I'm also a researcher. I do some researches and publish some papers on different aspects, even for the young people, aspects I do some kinds of research. So I know what research means, and I know what it costs when it has to do research, especially for the young people. And these days, different projects are being researched on young people, women. That's where we are seeing people are doing some researches to know what is going on, because they used to say that younger are the future generation, but they have been complaining they are not future, they are current and the future generation. When you say they are the future, you can receive some lot of complaints. They don't want to be only being the future. They are the current and the future generation. So maybe they will be doing some kind of review in the statistics. There are some statistics that is not much with what is being published by National Institute of the Statistics. I will also offer some documents that where you can find the real data on that. Another thing that I want to talk about is on when you get time to be in a room with a huge number of people like this, it's also another time for us to do some kind of advocacy. The youth policy now in Rwanda, we define a youth policy as a person having 16 to 30. It's not 15 to 35. This has been reviewed in 2015. That one we had 15 to 35 in the policy that has been done in 2006, but the one that has been revised in 2015, now it's 16 to 30. There are some rationale behind that reviewing those age category, because now at the 16 age in Rwanda, that's the time when you can have an ID, the time when you can sign a contract, the time when you can open a bank account. So we based on some very many things to review the policy. Another one, being at 35 age, we have been receiving some complaints where this kind of support that is being offered to the young people, we find that we have been supporting some families. We find the father and son and daughter, they are all young. And when here you see from 16 to 30, it's also, we have 28% of the young people in that cohort, 16 to 30. It's now around 28%. But mostly we used to say that young people, they are closing to 70% because from 30 and below to 0, we have around 70% of the total populations. And when you see the cohorts from entering from 15 to 16, it's a huge number. That's when the reasons why most of the programs that we offer, we target all the young people from even 10 and above. Because so I came here, I think maybe I'm going to talk some few things, but when I saw the presentation, I was so impressed, and I said, in Ministry of Youth and Culture, I'm so happy to see many partners, our key partners here in the room, MasterCard Foundations, Harambe. They are all most of our key partners implementing some of the projects that is transforming the livelihood of our young people. So we have what we call youth sector transformational model. The Ministry of Youth and Culture, when I say Ministry of Youth and Culture, I mean government. We have a model that we work on, which is youth sector transformation model, where in that category, we have youth economic empowerment. We divide some interventions basing on the categories. We have some economic empowerment, social empowerment, civic participations, and so on. But those three things, we define some projects and the programs basing on those three categories. When there are some programs that are being designed as an economic impact, impacting some young people in economic aspects, some projects are socially impacting young people, and others doing well in civic engagement. So we have different programs and projects which are being categorized based on what, on those three things that I've mentioned. So the way how we do things, I don't want to take much time, but maybe I will be part of this development, providing my inputs as a person who is in charge of policy development. One of the things, you know, I have found that maybe young people's issues across the world sometimes are quite the same, that somehow differ in magnitudes. You may just travel. One time I traveled to one of the developed countries, and when they have been presenting maybe unemployment rate, I found some of those they had 11%, 16% of unemployment, when at that time in Rwanda we had 17.6%. And I found some other developing countries and developed countries having around 16, 11, and I said, so the issues might be the same, but maybe the magnitude or the way how we handle the issues, that's we see some differences. So now in these days, what is making us to be, what is helping us to reduce on the issues of unemployment, that's what we have as a critical issue. We have what we think that is called youth mainstreaming party, or jobs mainstreaming in young people. The way how we do this mainstreaming, it's quite the same with the way how you are doing a research. We do research in potential sectors that could be able to deliver or to promote or to offer some job opportunities to the young people. After doing some short, I can't call it a research, it's a kind of assessment. So let's say in agriculture, it's one of the potential sectors that provides an opportunities for creating jobs. So we have found that young people, now the percentage has been reduced from 61%, so at 1% young people being engaged in subsistence agriculture. So if you find that 39% of the young people who are trying to be to engage in agriculture, they are almost still in subsistence agriculture. So we develop a program or a project after doing some kind of quick assessment, assessing what are the reasons behind young people when they try to enter into agriculture, they almost falling into a subsistence agriculture. So we did some kind of assessment, and what they said, we don't have land, you know, most of the land are being owned by our father and families. We don't have access to finance. That's another issue that where we find that young people, they will also be realizing that access to finance is an issue, which is true. We are lacking some knowledge, the knowledge of modernizing agriculture. So now we pick some three things. If they say access to finance, access to land, access to skills, so we develop, we package, we find a project that is packaged. How are we going to respond on these issues provided by the young people? And then we create a program or a project, and we find some of the partners to implement together that project. So we have a project which is related in agriculture. We have a project in environment. After doing some kind of assessment, and we found that young people, they are less involved in this environmental conservation and so on. And then we develop a project that is related with the environmental part. We have a project that is the young people that we are just encouraging now young people to be engaged in environmental ecosystem. We have also another project that is also helping young people to enter into infrastructure development, after also realizing that young people, they are also involved in these kinds of infrastructure development. Also, we develop a project packaging where how young people can enter into this infrastructure system. So we keep on developing different programs and the projects after doing some quick assessments and research at the way how APAR is going to develop this, which I think that this will be beneficial to us, since most of our policies that is designed, we just keep on seeing what has been done by our partners, and then we take into consideration while developing policies. Currently, we are also reviewing our youth policy, which is going to start from here. You know, the reasons why we review the policy should be very currently linked with what is now the government, the strategic documents, national documents are doing. So we want to now review the policy to be in line with NST, to be in line with Vision 2015, with also another policy that is going to be, because you want to have what you call mainstreaming youth into all the developing policies. When maybe, let's say we are developing a Made in Rwanda policy, youth should have some part in that policy. The policy should also take into consideration young people's involvement into the Made in Rwanda. If any policy that's going to be developed, young people should be mainstreamed in those policies. That's the way how most of the issues will be looked into. So I'm not going to take much of the time. Maybe Director General is in the way coming. Also, we have some other remarks, but we have many programs which I think after here, and even we shall closely work together with IPAR to making sure that this post that is going to this workshop is going to, we are going to get some concrete things that you want to be put on, and we shall also be part of you in this journal of developing this research that you are going to do. And on behalf of the ministry, I can assure you that we shall be part of you in this process, since we want to see anything that is benefiting our young people. We all provide any support that is needed to make this policy and any research to be really good and responding to the issue that young people are facing. I thank you so much. I wish you a very good workshop today. Thank you.
Thank you, Waitale, representing the Ministry of Youth and Culture. Well, I think we have the right person with us. Do you agree with me, especially the youth here? You have two advocates. You have Mr. Anthony, and then you have Mr. Waitale, who actually is the caretaker of everything that involves the youth. So we are in the light hands. So this now brings us to almost the end of this morning session, but we have one more important thing to do, the health break. Do you want us to continue, or you want to make sure that the body, the spirit is well taken care of? So I invite you for a coffee break or a tea break. It is served outside. And my colleague is reminding me to announce one important thing, the group photo. Yes. Well, we have the specialists here. Okay. Okay. So my colleague lecturer there is going to guide us where the group photo will be taken. And I want to pass important communication to the media present. We immediately after the group photo, we're going to have a press conference that involves the key people that we have here. We have the executive directors, we have Mr. Waitale, we have Dr. Dixon and Dr. Martin. We will guide you to the room where we'll have the press conference. So thank you so much. Let's have the group photo and then we'll have our coffee. I assume, looking at the agenda, we'll have maybe 25 minutes and then we convene back here. Then we start the conversation that follow. Thank you all.
Projecting.
Okay, so let's join the photo session and then also have our coffee to energize the body and the spirit as well.
reka mbaganirire ibiri muri wo, mumenye ibyiza byarwo, murwifuze namwe. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. Urupfu ntirubayo, nta no kunanirwa, nta mbeho nta n'izuba, nta ndwara nta byago. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. Udakijijwe wese ntabwo azatahamo, kuko azahezwa hanze hamwe na Satani. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. Mbe muri izo si zombi nihuhisemo, mbese iyi si izashonga niyuzamamo. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. Urwo rurembo rwera n'ibirimo byose byubatswe n'izahabu zirabagirana. musigi
Yesu azatwambika tuzanezeranwa n'abakijijwe ibyiza tubisangiye muze mwisigara nushaka ko tujyanayo ihane niringira gukiza ihane kandi umutwaro wikoreye emera ugutururuke ngo tuzabane mw'ijuru ihane kandi umutwaro wikoreye emera ugutururuke ngo tuzabane mw'ijuru ihane kandi umutwaro wikoreye emera ugutururuke ngo tuzabane mw'ijuru ihane uwabatinyutse ibyago byose nazakurikire umwami Yesu ntacyamurekesha iyo migambi ye yo guca mu nzira ijya mu ijuru ntacyamurekesha iyo migambi ye yo guca mu nzira ijya mu ijuru ntazagwa abanzi be bose nibamugarura mu nzira y'isimo ijya mu ijuru abanzi be bose nibamugarura mu nzira y'isimo ijya mu ijuru. Umwuka wawe mbone kuzaragwa kuba witeka have wabwoba we nimunyihorere namara amajepe kujya mu ijuru have wabwoba we nimunyihorere namara amajepe kujya mu ijuru have wabwoba we nimunyihorere namara amajepe kujya mu ijuru have wabwoba we nimunyihorere namara amajepe kujya mu ijuru have wabwoba we nimunyihorere namara amajepe kujya mu ijuru. Haleluya have wabwoba we nimunyihorere namara amajepe kujya mu ijuru. Durure ngo twitabe tujye mu ntambara be kwicara ku mazi Satana kiriho dorari imbere ahagaze we n'abadayimoni twiringiye umucunguzi ko yamunesheje kwizera Kristo kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi kwizera Kristo kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Twahawe inkota ikomeye n'ijambo ry'Imana niyo yaneshereje abe mu bihe bya mbere ingabo yitwa kwizera yarabakingiye natwe nidukingira twiringiye Yesu kwizera Kristo kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi kwizera Kristo kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Abanzi baragwiriye barwanya Uwiteka tuzabanesha twambaye intwaro ze zose ingofero y'agakiza umweko w'ukuri inkweto z'amahoro ye biradukomeza kwizera Kristo kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi kwizera Kristo, kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Unesha ibyaha azambikwa umwambaro wera, Yesu azavuga izina rye ku mana mu ijuru. Dukanguke dutambuke turwane intambara, tunesha abanzi twizeye izina rya Yesu. Kwizera Kristo, kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Kwizera Kristo, kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Unesha ibyaha azambikwa umwambaro wera, Yesu azavuga izina rye ku mana mu ijuru. Dukanguke dutambuke turwane intambara, tunesha abanzi twizeye izina rya Yesu. Kwizera Kristo, kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Kwizera Kristo, kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Kwizera Kristo, kwizera Kristo niko kudushoboza kunesha iby'isi. Umakanya Yesu nze mwegere, kuko naniriwe muri isi, ndetse no mu gihe cy'intambara. Ntabwo mwami ujya umpa amahoro. Umakanya Yesu nze mwegere, kuko umwijima ukabije mu isi. Icyo nkeneye ni ukukwegera, kugira ngo numve ijambo ryawe. Umakanya nya Yesu nze mwegere kuko wanyikorereye ibyaha ndumva nshaka kukubwira byose kuko mwami nizeye kunyumva umpaka nya Yesu nze mwegere kuko umwijima ukabije mw'isi icyo nkeneye ni ukukwegera kugira ngo numve ijambo ryawe umpaka nya Yesu nze mwegere kuko umwijima ukabije mw'isi icyo nkeneye ni ukukwegera kugira ngo numve ijambo ryawe icyo nkeneye ni ukukwegera kugira ngo numve ijambo ryawe ndagushimiye mukiza urukundo wankunze nukumpindura umugende w'amazi y'ubugingo bw'umugende gusa Yesu wuzuye n'imbaraga z'agakiza kawe mwami kabone kunembamo mumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye imbaraga z'agakiza kawe mwami kabone kunembamo mumugende ugeza amazi mu miti misaraye ibone kunywa agakiza k'ubutumwa bw'ineza mumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye imbaraga z'agakiza kawe mwami kabone kunembamo mumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye imbaraga z'agakiza kawe mwami kabone kunembamo mbikibindi cyawe Yesu nukunyoza untunganye maze unyuzuza ayo mazi niyo mwuka w'Imana mumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye imbaraga z'agakiza kawe mwami kabone kunembamo mumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye imbaraga z'agakiza kawe mwami kabone kunembamo mb'umugabo wo guhamya uburyo wanyijije waranguze ngo mbe uwawe nukunyuzuze rwose mumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye imbaraga Yesu suku Mwuka wera mu mutima wanjye ubu kugira ngo ngeze amazi yawe mu basaraye ngumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye n'imbaraga z'agakiza kawe mwami kabone kunembamo ngumugende gusa Yesu wuzuye imbaraga.
Good morning once again. I'm Dr. Dixon Malunda. I'm the Acting Director of Research at Rwanda. And what I'm going to talk about now is the research. How are we going to do this research? What is the research going to entail? What are our major objectives? What are the specific objectives? Who do we want to engage in the research? So I'm talking now about the specific issues of how we're going to get research done. And please feel free to take down some notes where you think we can have to improve, because and I will tell you right away in the approach that is being taken under PASCA, and it's traditionally researchers go do the research, get the ideas out, but this is supposed to be interactive. Again, the model utafiti sera, and not only that, we want to be as inclusive as possible, and we want to get youth voices on the table. So I would like to prepare you and say, look, we are doing research, but it may not be really business as usual. And it means that we may need a lot more involvement. We will have back and forth. It's going to be doing research, providing the evidence and uptake, but also getting feedback from the people who are researching on. And that's why with the model with utafiti sera is a bit more different. So what are we going to discuss here? Just the background. More things have been discussed, so I won't belabor a lot. The background to the issues, why this project, what is driving it, what are the challenges being faced by youth in Rwanda, what are the objectives, or what the objectives of this study, including both the general objectives and the specific objectives. We'll talk about what we expect as outcome and output from this study. Then the methodology, what methods are we going to use, and then we'll discuss the ethics. Okay, so what's the background to this? Next slide, please. So in terms of youth employment, we're talking about young people being available to work. They're actively looking for jobs, and they are not getting any. They have not got. And then you have one aspect of youth employment, but also youth empowerment. And youth empowerment is often considered as a component of it's basically inclusive. You don't want to leave anybody. Now, COVID-19. COVID has brought about distress in people's lives globally. However, it has not only come out with the distresses, it has also come with some opportunities, okay? So it has provided some young people opportunities to innovate, be creative, and show resilience and have some technical resilience. Technical innovations. We see people making masks. We see all these sanitizers. We see all this coming in, but it has also distressed. We're doing some work with the businesses. We see businesses losing jobs after COVID. What does this mean? That means that the instability calls for constantly revisiting the world of the youth. Mark my word, the world of the youth. Sometimes we assume we know what the youths want because we think that we have been youths before. But the challenge is their world and our world is constantly evolving. So I'm not a youth. I'll declare already I'm 45 years old. By Rwandan definition, I'm above. So the new definition is between 16 to 30. This is what the DG said. So I'm not them. So the mistake we make is thinking that when I was a youth, I did this. And this is what you have to do. The realities are changing. We have a more digital world. We have all these fourth industrial revolution technologies. We have business process out. Don't have to be in one place to do work in America or wherever. The world is really changing. The world is more about visibility. How visible are you? People are creating jobs online. People are online. People are doing all these on YouTube videos and all that. Some young people, much older, making millions on TikTok, on YouTube. So and the reality, when I look at my children, they are posting, and what is behind all this TikTok? What is behind the YouTube? People make real money. They live on these things. But because our reality was of the 60s, we study hard, get good grades, go get a job, fight for security, get promoted and all that. And that thing is all turned up. It's not really, the millionaires of today are on the internet. They are networking with other people. And for older people like us who have gone through the traditional school system, it's a linear thing. And being successful doesn't mean to be linear. So what does that mean? I have to get into the world of the young people because the realities when I was are not the same. So Mark entering into their world, knowing their aspirations, and in the face of the global pandemic. And I think here we have to avoid the patronizing. So when we're doing this research, how different are we going to do it? We want to listen to the youths and I like the presentation that was done by Martin. Not just the youth, the people we hang out with in our small communities here in urban Kigali. We want to get the realities of the different youths. We have youths who are educated. So I did some research in the past. We were divided into very many. The youth who are educated, those have different realities. We have the so-called NEET, not in education, not in any kind of training, and they've dropped out. Their realities are different. You have the rural, you have the urban youths, and the realities are different. So these are the issues behind this research, and this is why we are coming. We want to talk to all the youth. We're coming to talk not only to the youth, but also to the people managing the projects, but also the policymakers, so that it's more of bottom up. Okay, so what is the policy framework of youth employment in Rwanda? Next slide, please. We know we have the NST, very ambitious. It's coming to an end in 2024. The NST is basically for all Rwanda, National Strategy for Transformation. Recently, we have another one, the Vision 2040. The idea under that was to create about 1.5 million jobs. That is, and that was, remember, these ambitions were before COVID-19. Now, the ambition was to create about 1.5, that translates to about 214,000 jobs annually. And we're not talking about just jobs. There's another concept of productive jobs. What are productive jobs? A job that is going to help you earn out of money that is going to put you above the poverty line. And that is one of the things we see in the COVID is the urban poor are growing because you have people going to jobs, but the jobs are not able to take them over the poverty line. So mark also the word productive jobs annually. And the ambitions of Rwanda are about productive jobs. We have new other policies which are with youth, but not only on youth, on employment. So we have the private sector and youth development strategy. This came out of the previous national employment policy. So they're now merging. This is also recently new. You're getting from the lessons learned from the implementation of the national employment program or a national employment policy. We have now, it's been combined. They're saying private sector and youth employment strategy. We have the national youth policy and the representative here from the now you see, even when I was in the past years when I did research, I used to go to mini ICT, my ICT. Now we are calling it my culture. I don't know, the time I did research in 2015 on school to work transitions in the youth, I used to go to my ICT, now it's my culture. So we've been told that there's the National Youth Policy, which is also under review. Again, reviewing for what? Now, this is an opportunity. The opportunity for this research, and for all of you who are going to be involved, we are all going to be involved. At least whatever we are giving should be able to feed into the policies that are being reviewed, so that the realities of the youth are captured in these policies. That's the bottom line of doing research. The reason why we do research, and the interesting part at IPA, I do research well. Some researchers do get a publication. My name is published out there. But when I do research that impacts people's lives, so we get some insights that are going to feed into what the ministry is reviewing, so that the policies are real, not just a nice pop paper somewhere, but the policies reflect the current realities, especially with the COVID pandemic. Okay, so these are and of course we have another vision 2050. Okay, so they've already talked about the situation in Rwanda, but I'll just highlight the numbers, and I just want to say, what do the numbers mean? Anthony talked already about these numbers. Now look what is happening. Overall, in 2020, that was around COVID, at the beginning of COVID, unemployment stood at among the youth stood at 22.4. Okay, and now before it was 17.9. Okay, let's say 18. Okay, then COVID happened. When COVID happened, then we have, according to, now these statistics are from the Rwanda Labor Force Surveys from NISA. This is NISA data. We have 22.4. That is, among youth people is higher, 20.4 compared to among others, which is 14. Okay. Now, what happens in 2021 when we come from COVID? It becomes 25.5. Mark the jump, 18 to 22.5, 22.4, and now to 22.5. Now, when you listen to these percentages, they seem minor, but a percentage. So what is the difference between 18 and 25.5? You're talking about, this is 2 plus there, plus another 5. So about 8%. What that means, and we've done some work, research on business surveys, the people are losing, young people are losing jobs. And losing jobs comes and other things that come. So when you look at these figures, this is the labor force survey data from NISA. It shows you that there's 8%. And in how much period? We're talking about 2020, 2019 to 2021, because now this is a new year. So in a period of 2 years, 8% an increase in youth unemployment. That is not trivial. That's not trivial. That's not trivial. So the task at our hand is to do research that gets us some innovative ways, not on looking at the aspirations of the youth, not only in terms of employment, because you look at different angles of the youth problem. So this is what we're calling aspirations of youth. But the key thing out of here is this 8% in a period of just 2 years. This is what is happening. This is what COVID has done to us. Okay, and then the population is still growing. As the population grows, other young people are coming into the labor market, yet you have a backlog of people who are entering into the market and some of them who have lost jobs. And so what do? This is the thing. People have lost jobs. You have other young people who are entering the labor market, and also our population is growing. So that's a complex thing. So we need to do more as stakeholders to promote economic, not only economic, social, political aspirations of the young people. Okay? What do the interventions have to factor in? Interventions need to factor the preferences. So what are the preferences of the youth? Let's not pretend we know what the youth want. We are not them. We were youth. I was a youth 10 years ago. The realities have changed. So we have to factor in their preferences, their socioeconomic status. What does that mean? The rural ones, the ones in Kigali, the ones that have dropped from school. Because the danger, the risk that we have, all of us, most of us in this room, could be people who are educated. And sometimes it's deceptive. You're here and everyone surrounding you has a degree. The majority in the rural areas, they don't. Their realities are different. The realities of a youth who is educated and has jumped out of university, has graduated, they are different from somebody who dropped out from primary school, from secondary school. The guy who has a degree, at some point in time, he'll get something to do, even if it's temporary work. The person who has dropped out of school at O level, at primary school, the realities are different. So when we think in this room, we should think beyond our own. We in this room are the lucky 5% or the lucky 10%. I tell you, but the people we are thinking for, just like Anthony said, we are thinking for the majority. We are the minority. So when we break out in our sessions, expand our thinking, not just think about us. When people say, oh, but now, sometimes I am a researcher, and researchers, people are with master's degrees. You may think that everyone has a master's degree or a single degree. No, we are the minority. We have some opportunities. We can come to nice places like this. But when we're thinking about the biggest people. So think about the influences and that. So, and it calls for a multi-stakeholder and multidisciplinary approach to youth empowerment based on credible evidence on youth challenges and remedies. You see, the economists like me will come and say the employment problem, is it because one of the issues people also say, is the employment policy problem? Is it the employment problem? Is it a problem with the school system? So economists look at demand and supply side. Is it the issue that the demand side, we are not creating enough jobs for the people? Then other people blame the schools. They say, no, the schools are not training people well. Is it a demand side problem? Is it a supply side problem? But remember, my lens are only economic because I'm an economist. But there are also sociological lens to the youth unemployment problem. That's why I was glad when the representative from the ministry said, look, we look at the economic, we look at the social, we look at all these aspects. So when we break out in our groups and when we come through the research, we need to get a holistic view to things. Is it a training problem? Blaming the school? Are they training the youth enough so that they can be entrepreneurial? And some people tell them, oh, the youth these days are not entrepreneurial, but you're only employed. You who is telling them to go out and be entrepreneurs, you have your job, you have a safe job. So as policymakers, because obviously not all the youth will be employed in the formal sector. They are mostly in the informal sector. But how can we make the informal sector conducive young youth, especially young startups, to thrive? Because we have an ugly statistics that says over 70% of the startups do not see their 5th birthday. They die. The new enterprises created by youths, they don't live to see their 5th birthday. Most of them die. How can we? Because the reality is the informal sector is going to be increasingly the source of employment. The private sector is going to be increasingly the source of employment. But then the problem is when they are starting and they are dying, that means because the formal sector is small, it can't absorb all of them. How can we help this? And we want to listen from the young people. We assume we don't know. We don't know. Okay, next slide, please. So that is so what are the challenges? What are the challenges being faced by young men and young women? So again, the constraints we see here is that, you know, the challenges are unemployment globally. With COVID is 10.6%. So while you see that it's quite high, 10%, 64 million youth globally are unemployed. Okay, and you have people who are unemployed, but even those who work, while 145 young workers live in poverty, the concept they call the working poor. We have to deal with various problems only on the youth employment front. You have people who don't have jobs. You have people who have jobs, but they're underemployed. And that means that they're not earning enough to get from their jobs. They're not having what the so-called productive jobs. They're what they call the working poor. And that concept of the working poor is mostly in the urban areas. How can urbanization help fix the problem of the working poor? People who are working, but not supposed to, they don't get out of poverty. They're not getting a decent wage, enough productive jobs. Okay? So there's that. In Rwanda, it's 24.5. It's higher, again, than 18%. What is there? What are the issues? I talked about the demand side issue. Not enough jobs being created to absorb them. There are also the supply side issue, the skills we are providing, are they matching with the current realities of the job market or of the world? So also the skills, and that's why you see there's this other 15.2% NEET. NEET youth are 10% not in education, not in employment, and not in any training. This is a problem. So what does this mean? It means that we need innovative approaches. First of all, to create more jobs, but also to increase the productivity of the job. So we have to talk about both the quality and the quantity of jobs. Quantity alludes to having enough jobs to take up everyone. Quality means decent jobs to support a decent standard of living. Next slide. Okay, so what do we do in this study? What are the general? So we will have the general objectives and the specific objectives. So I'll read what here verbatim. To create a thorough understanding of young men and women's aspirations regarding their future from socio-economic and other dimensions of life, to unveil the consequences that COVID-19 pandemic has had on young men and women, including potential adjustments. So this is a long statement, but I'll summarize it in just three things. The first part talks about looking at various components. We've always looked at the economic aspects of youths. Now we are looking at the socio-economic and other dimensions of the youth. Okay, that's the first part. Then the second part, we look at the consequences that COVID had on young men and women, including what adjustments do we need in the aspirations they had before, given that now we have a new reality, the COVID is here with us to stay. So we have to, like the policies we had before COVID-19, are they still applying now? Are there adjustments in aspirations? Do we have a new world? What can we take advantage of in the new world? Okay, so this is what we're going to do as part of this research. So we want to understand the challenges, and not only the challenges, but also the opportunities presented by COVID-19 in as far as youth fulfilling their aspirations. What we're doing now is to explain the research, what we're going to do in this research. And then the last part is this utafiti sera. Again, I think this is kind of innovative. It's because initially we researchers used to we call you for an Inception workshop, we go out and do the research, and then come and present you findings. With the utafiti sera, we work with the policymakers as we go along. As we now we do the inception, we plan with you. What do you want to be added into the objectives? What do you want to be seen as youths? We go collect some data. And even when you're collecting data, we are collecting data from you and engaging you. So with this model, it's not before and after. We go along feeding the policy process as we do the research. So these are the three aspects to this. Next slide, please. So, okay, so what are the specific objectives? And these ones I'll go slow. What do we want to find out specifically from the research project we are going to conduct? Okay, evidence. We want to produce evidence that will inform policies on the livelihoods of young men and women, looking at their aspirations, not just ask what we think that is good for them. We have to consider policies which are aligned with their aspirations, mark their aspirations. Because I said again, sometimes we think we know what the youths want. Maybe we don't. So when we make these policies, looking at them, let's look at employment, young women, examining and men's in aspirations in line with their aspirations for the future. Okay, then the second part, we want to identify and analyze gender and social norms that guide livelihoods. So there are also unwritten rules in society, gender and social norms. Where I come from, there's some jobs, or women don't do this, men don't do this, men are supposed to be, and we have seen a problem with STEM. What are the social norms holding back the different types of youth, be it men, be it women? And I liked it when people said, even because sometimes we look at gender differences, and yet even within the gender, like Martin said, the male from Kigali or the girl from Kigali is not the girl from Nyaruguru or whatever. So that is the second. Analyze the social norms. What are the biases, the cultural biases? We need to break those barriers because the realities we are facing now are new. We can't live in the world of now with the current realities and then apply the same gender norms and biases that used to limit girls and boys versus boys in the past. The realities are different, and some of these biases will have to break. Okay, so that's one thing. Then the other part is analyze what young men and women are experiencing in their livelihoods in the COVID-19 world. So what are they going through? Do we think we know what they are going through? We can only hear from them to know, because most of us, everyone knows what is happening in their life, but you may think you know a bit of what is happening in there. Do we know exactly what is going on in the lives of the youth with the current opportunities in the COVID-19 period? Do we know what they are going through? So that is important. Okay. Now, the other part is determine the extent to which various provisions, regulations, and policies in the country are aligned with young men, aspirations, and ideas of what they see themselves doing. Are the policies, so I simplify it in language that we can all understand, and that's why we're going to have this model of, you don't have to be knowledgeable, you don't have to be educated to come to be part of the utafiti sera. You just have to be a living person living a real life, so that research becomes active. Research addresses real issues. We're going to have educated people, we're going to have uneducated people. If you can't speak English, we'll speak Kinyarwanda. Let the issues come out. So the thing is, are the current policies in line with the realities? And I'm glad the representative from the youth said, look, we are trying to revise to get the policies. What revisions do we need to make in these policies to make them align with the current realities and the aspiration of the youth? The youth policy of 2015, is it still working for 2021? Of course not. So these are the issues. Then document lessons learned about adaptability and resilience of women. Because remember, this is a study that is multi-country. We learn from other studies. Also, other studies run from what Rwanda has done well. And there are very many good things Rwanda is doing well that other countries can borrow from. Produce research evidence and synthesize this policy and create a basis for inclusive policy discourse. Now, I want to talk more about creating a basis for informed policy discourse on action for youth employment aspirations and features of gender brought about the pandemic. Now, sometimes we are having discussions. It's what you think or what I think. I may say my own opinions, and that's market. It's only my opinion of what I think the youth are going through. But is it backed up by evidence? Or it's just one point in time? Am I looking at different people? We sometimes policymakers, we are sitting in the room, we know what we think, but the evidence means that we are collecting information from different types of youth. I may know the realities of the youth in Kigali or the ones in universities who are closer to me, but I don't know the other realities. Research brings all these perspectives on the table so that when we are making decisions, they are informed by robust research, not just by our feelings. So policy discourse, the discussions we are going to have to be informed by the evidence. The evidence says this. What does this mean for the policy? Not just that I feel like this has to be done. I think it's a nice thing to do. Let's go. No, there has to be the numbers. What does the evidence say? So that's policy discourse that is backed up by evidence. The last part is inclusive spaces for diverse and plural prayers. That means researchers, policy actors, community. So we are in this together. This project is not only for us, the researchers. No. We have the policymakers, we have the civil society, we have the youth themselves. Mark the youth themselves. We need the youth voice on the table. That is the first thing. And I know that next session, you're going to see young people talking, because the next session is a plenary session, and we need the voices of the youth themselves. We don't know. So it is going to be something combined efforts. Next slide, please. Okay. The engagement process, we've already talked about it. This is the utafiti sera. And again, what can I say about this one? I know we've talked about this model, but I'll just mention one thing here. Through this utafiti sera, the community of practice on youth, which means it's a platform, different actors. So you have different actors, they come together to disseminate and apply evidence. Okay. So what does that mean? You're breaking up the barriers that exist in policy spaces, because usually you have the policymaker up there, you have the researcher who is coming and people there, but then you're not hearing from the person on the ground. We have to break that. We have to break the traditional way we've been doing it, that the researchers do where is the person who is going to be affected by the policy? And the policymaker not only has to listen to me, the researcher, the policymaker has to listen to the youth who is experiencing the problems that the policymaker is trying to deal with. And these people have to exchange each other. And even the youth has to understand the constraints with which the policymaker is talking, is operating. Sometimes we say, government should do this, government should use, as if government has a blank check. We also know that the government, the policymakers, have constraints. We know that COVID affected businesses, taxes are lower. So in the context of low taxes, in the context of high debt where countries are borrowing and they have to pay back, and they also have to finance the dates for dealing with COVID and dealing with infrastructure. We have to understand one another. The policymaker also has constraints in which he's working. The youth is facing the problems themselves, and I, the researcher, I'm just a messenger of the messages. So we need to understand each other here. It's not a one-way researcher talking to policymaker or policymaker. We understand each other. This is the whole idea, and that's the beauty of why we have youths on the table today. And then mark the second part. The part is exchanging ideas and learn from each other based on their practical experiences. Participants, I repeat, this is interesting. Participants are not expected to be well versed in the technical issues. Okay? We don't care the degrees. We don't care. Dixon had a PhD. It doesn't matter now. You're not. We are bringing practical issues on the table. So whoever is affected by a youth from Nyaruguru should come and tell us what they're going. So under this arrangement of the Utafiti Sera, participants are not expected to be well versed in the technical issues, as the discussions are structured to enable anyone to participate. We are democratizing ideas. Everyone has to participate, whether they are technical or not, because the realities are different. So this is research in reality. Next slide, please. Okay. So and I think what the country's research, what's the team supposed to be doing? We'll have this house which we're going to establish with all of you stakeholders, the Utafiti Sera, to deal with youth aspirations and resilience. And it's 40 participants, the discussion house, the platform. And the sessions are participatory. That's the next participatory discussion include aspects of the research methodology and the stakeholder engagement. So not only the research, but also how do we engage? How do we engage well? Sometimes researchers say, I'm doing my research and the policymakers are not taking up the research. Well, when you did your research, you sat in your room, came up with the problems, came up with the solution. You didn't talk to the guy you think you want to influence. In the beginning of the research, while we are starting the research now, I should sit in the same table with the guy at the ministry and say, look, what are you engaged? What are the problems you're facing vis-a-vis my research? If I come to influence you with my research, you should have been together involved in defining the problem. If I only define the problem, and even the person who is going to be affected by the research has to be involved. This is what we are doing now. That you have the policymaker, you have the research, the people who are going to be affected by the policy. We are defining the problems together, so that when I do the research, it should fit into the problems. Not just me sitting there, do my nice linear regression and all these nice things I learned in school, but they're not speaking to the policy, they're not addressing the problems of the policymakers. So this is the whole approach to here. Participants working together in the group, understanding project design, and adhering to COVID protocols while doing the research. This, what we expect, the expectations, next slide. What we expect, I talked about this at the beginning when they told me to introduce, but I'll just go quickly through it. So we expect to get, we are here for discussing, information sharing, knowledge building. One output after the sessions you're going to have, and a shared understanding of the project. We want to map out all the stakeholders. Who are the people involved in this? Who, even if they are not here, some people can come and say, suggest, yes, today I came here, but there's so and so working on this project on youth. Can he be part of this? So we want to be helped to map out the stakeholders so that we are all inclusive. Then, of course, from this, we have this the platform, which is going to be continuous engagement, not just a one-off thing at the beginning, at the end. We will continuously engage as we do the research for the next 3 years. The key part is that continuous engagement. Okay, and then we will get comments from the year and refine the Inception workshop and the Inception report, and have a policy brief and a white paper thereafter. Okay, what's our methodology? It's mixed methods. Next slide. It's mixed methods, combining both qualitative and quantitative. We are going to go out in the 30 districts. We are targeting youths, only people between 16 and 30. That's a new definition. So that's what we are targeting here. We will have analysis of qualitative data, gender analysis, stakeholder engagement, and we'll apply engagement strategies which are tested. Okay, so the basic idea is, on one hand, we'll do surveys, surveying youths in all the 30 districts of Rwanda in youth organization, and try to make sure that we are inclusive and try to make sure that we are representative. So we are doing a representative survey. We're covering over 1,000 youths, and then we'll have key informant interviews. Of course, we want to hear from the policymakers. We want to hear from the people who are doing the programs of the youth. besides the youth themselves. So this is how it's going to be: a survey among the youth in all the districts, all the 30 districts of Rwanda, maybe between 1,000 and 1,500 respondents. Then after that, that will be combined with qualitative research, where we talk to key informants, you people in this room. Okay, and we want to do that in the whole country. We want to know what the district mayor are saying, what the people in the city of Kigali are saying. Next slide. So this we have already discussed. We'll go to the study design. Next slide, please, to save time. How do we want to design the study? I've already talked about it. Cross-sectional survey research design combined with key informant interviews. And we are going to sample using a good formula that takes in consideration that if Kigali is a place which has a high population of youths, it means that we use a formula that takes into account the population of the youth in that district. So oversampling where there are more youth. So we'll compute the sample size in that. So what do we want to do? Our researchers will come to the districts and we'll use questionnaires that will be provided, and the questionnaires will be returned immediately. And then for the qualitative, we'll use purposive interviews. What is purposive? Means that if Imbuto is working on issues of young women, we go to Imbuto to find out what are the realities of young women. If Action Aid is working on issues of rural women or rural youths, we go to Action Aid and say, Action Aid has done, what have you found out in the way you're working? So it's the qualitative research is purposive, and the idea about it being purposive is that we cover all the aspects, unlike the quantitative, which is a random survey, stratified random sampling, but again, targeting youth who are 16 to 30 years old. Okay, in terms of the sample size that I've talked about, next, the analysis, we'll use data. We'll usually analyze data, go to the data analysis side. So we analyze data using Stata and Vivo for qualitative and all this. Now, I want you to go to the slide for inclusion and exclusion criteria. Again, exactly, that's where we were. So here, who are we including? We know that the new definition of youth in Rwanda, previously it was 15 to 35. It's changed. So it's 16 to 30. That is the inclusion. Youth under 16 years and over 30 years will not be allowed to participate in the study. And of course, when you're doing research, as part of the research ethics, we talk about informed consent. You attend the research when you want to. There are also other issues we have to follow in the research confidentiality. We don't disclose your information. Why? We don't want to do research. You give us information that is going to damage you, the person. So we protect what they call PIID, the personal identifying information. So for the youth that are out there, for the people who will come to, whatever you're going to tell us is confidential. We will not disclose who has told us the information, but we want you to feel free to tell us the information without fearing that you're going to be victimized for the information, for the realities that you give us. So that is basically the research ethics we will do. And the management of the youth will be part of the study and will be chosen by the leader. So the representative will be chosen by their leaders. This we can define with some more ideas from you. They are very welcome as we do this. I've talked about research ethics. So talking about consent, we tell you about what the research is about. You have your right to withdraw. If you don't want to participate, you're free to say, I don't want to participate. You don't coerce people to do research. And then communicating, and also issues of gender equality and sensitivity. We have to be sensitive to the issues because we are doing research. So when we are conducting, say, key informant interviews or focus group discussions, we have to make sure that female researchers are in charge of doing focus group discussions with female researchers, because some of the issues are sensitive. Women can only talk to young girls can only talk to fellow young girls or women. So we have to be gender sensitive in the way we take out the issues. There's some issues people will not feel free to talk about unless they have the person of the similar sex and they can confide in them. So in the group focus group discussions, we'll have people to express their views freely. We are already getting research ethics approval for this project, and we'll also go to NISA to get a research visa, which is one of the requirements. So with that, this is how we plan to do the research in the next coming few months. We are happy to receive any inputs on what things you want us to include, on how you want, on who you want us to be a part of the Utafiti Sera, which people do we access. Thank you so much for your attention.
we want to move to the next session, and because of time, what is the time according to your watches? It's 12 of what? Coming to past. And remember that there are sessions that we need to move and do before lunch break. So I want to seek your consensus. In terms of looking at, we have breakout session 1. We have also plenary sessions where we want to hear the voices of the youth. And again, we have more discussions. So how do we move forward? Which means we can go to plenary discussions so that we can listen to the voices of the youth. For breakout session 1 and 2, we can combine them in the afternoon and just make sure that we take very, very little time, but get comprehensive information on these questions. So I think we can move that direction. With that in mind, we are going straight away to the plenary discussions, and I want to request my panelists to come in front. This side, we will arrange the seats. Melissa and the Delphine, please come and help me to arrange the seats. Yes, please.
So thank you very much for the great presentation. My question is related to the platform that you have mentioned. I wanted to know if, sorry, the name in Swahili. Yes, if Utafiti Sarah had considered to, because someone said you have to start from bottom. I agree. For us, remind Edidia, maybe to remind, I work for EDC, Education Development Center. We are a youth development program. So we work with the district. Our strategy is to start from the district and we move up to the central level. So related to the platform, I wanted to know if you had considered the existing platforms that are already there at the district level. For example, the JAF, where we have all the district partners, the stakeholders implementing for youth development. There is skill, there's also youth employment. So I wanted to know, how is Urafiki Sarah going to work together with the JAF, the platform that are already existing at the district level? One thing that I liked when you say that the youth will be on the table while designing or working on the research. So I know also, and this is something that was catalyzed by EDC, but now is fully driven by the district mayors at the district level, is the Youth Development Alliances. So those alliances came in as a solution to avoid duplication of activities by the stakeholders at the district level. And this is a platform where the youth are also part of. So there is a coordination, a core, there is core members where the youth are also part of, so that they advise on what suits them best, what aspires the youth. So my question was really to know how the research is going to, consider the existing platforms that are already in place just to avoid duplication in terms of platforms, because we have had experience where DPs, development partners, will come with platforms with new innovation that are already existing, but may be dormant, but needs to be motivated or just strengthened by whoever is also coming in the district. So those are really my questions. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Dixon, you want to respond? And I will help you. I wanted you to respond, but I will help you. Thank you so much, my sister from EDC. Yes, I know you are trying to preempt what decision you have in the afternoon. The session we have in the afternoon is about utafiti sera. Utafiti sera in English is research policy. Research policy. And in a summary, this research policy is about an innovative way of how we can share our experiences, our engagements, how we can talk together, how we can raise our voices together, how we can move as a group. And of course, it is a community of practice. The community of practice in the implementers, the policymakers, the influencers, the community themselves, the youth organizations, and everyone else who is involved here, and even the ones who are not inclusive in this hall. And that's why we have another session where we'll be, apart from yourselves who are here present, who else do you think should join this bus, this vehicle? Who else? So that then this research is about everyone. It's not about a particular group. It's about the youth. It's about everyone. It's about moving to as a team. And in this, we want to see which platforms of engagement does Rwanda want us to move forward with. Do you want us to move forward through a WhatsApp group? Do you want us to have a steering committee in this kind of engagement so that we say we are moving together and we have a steering committee for this particular research on youth aspirations and resilience project? And because the project my sister works for is also funded by MasterCard Foundation, that's even an advantage because we have a common understanding on the expectations of MasterCard Foundation. Of course, looking at what is the target to make sure that those voices are captured and of course creating employment for 30 million people. You have something to say, Dixon? Some of the questions that are coming will be answered during the afternoon at 2 p.m. In fact, when we look at the building of a community of practice, which is the UTAFIT itself, some of those questions will be answered. So we have the next sessions, and I'm sure that so they have the guiding questions, and we have a moderator. So we have a moderator. And of this of the meeting, Everest. So as Everest is preparing to come, the panelists, good morning, good afternoon. Are we together? So we have a number of questions, around 5 questions that we want to look at. We will share at least a copy on each table. And these panelists are supposed to help us answer these questions. And please, I want the youth to really talk because we want to listen to the youth. And when you talk about the youth, we are talking about those ages of 16 to 30 years, as has been defined from the statistics. And when I talk about youth, I'm talking about a normal youth. I'm talking about youths with disability. We want to hear their voices and we want them to be active. So this is the chance, this opportunity to ask the panelist question. Are we together? Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for the work done from morning up to this time. And now we are going to another important session where we have panelists. Right from there on the other side is a youth representative from the University of Rwanda and the College of Education. The lady following him is also a university student from the University of Rwanda, also from the College of Education. This lady is also from Imbuto Foundation. Is also from Imbuto Foundation. This gentleman here, unfortunately, he's not a youth, but he's representing the youth because he comes from the Rwanda Development Bank and Board, and he is skills development expert. So he knows the challenges, he knows the opportunities, he knows lessons learned before, during, and maybe in the post-COVID era. So he'll be able to expound on the challenges and opportunities for the youth and talking about the current status, about what is working well and not working well for the youth. So shortly, my role right now is to invite the panelists to answer or respond to the following questions. So the first one is to know the main challenges of younger people in Rwanda. Then the second one is, are the government and development partners' interventions improving young Rwandans' lives? So what is working and not working well, and what can be done? Then what actions can governments, development partners, researchers, civil society, younger people themselves take to have a positive impact on Rwandan youth? Perhaps this question may not be answered by these youth, but then it is going to be a participatory approach because we are experienced, we have policymakers here, we have experts in different categories and fields. So I feel since it is going to be a participatory approach, everyone here will be given time to say something. So since we want to hear the voices of the youth, we want to start with the youth themselves. Then Amos is that they are going to introduce themselves, of course, and this is what is called Amos Fitundinda from the Rwanda Development Bank.
Thank you. My name is Karin Manirago.
My name is Jovan Smithon.
I'm called Wilson Gakuru. Yeah, by names of Gakuru Wilson from University of Rwanda College of Education, and I'm a student leader from that campus.
By names of Jovan Smithon. I'm a student at University of Rwanda doing mathematics, biology, and with education.
Karin Maniraguha, and I'm from Imbuto Foundation as a Rwanda Ubuhanzi artist. I'm a writer, a poet, and a film actress.
Amos Fitundinda from Rwanda Development Board. I feel 17 years.
Thank you so much. As we are now this guiding questions in 3 parts, but then we're going first to have this first preliminary session, then it will be followed by breakout session, which will talk about Rwanda research projects. But for the meantime, let us start with this preliminary session answering these questions. What are the main challenges of the younger people in Rwanda? Then are the government and development partners' interventions improving younger Rwandans' lives? What is working and not working well, and what can be done? What actions can governments, development partners, researchers, civil society, younger people themselves take to have a positive impact on Rwandan youth? And then the last one is about how can we scale up the actions that make positive impact on the youth? So the floor is yours. Thank you. So the order does not matter. Anyone can start with any other question among these guiding questions that I've just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can start by what are the main challenges of young people in Rwanda? For me, I think there is one question on the top where we see the young people here in Rwanda have some mental health issues, because sometimes you see that there is lack of jobs, and some of youth are from poor families, so that they can even go together with some mental healthy issues. So I can see that this issue can give them the opportunity of go through their capacity of see whether they can find jobs, whether they can find their answer to the problem that they have. So in order to exactly see their challenge and to see how they can even answer their problems. Thank you.
Just a bit of total interruption. I'm sorry, it's fair to say that you can speak in Kinyarwanda if you may feel. So just feel free to talk your mind in Kinyarwanda. Because in the presentation Dr. Dissons did, he said we want everyone, the youth voices from whether within the urban, whether educated or not educated. And there's no sin one has committed for not having had education. So please, if you are very free to express yourself in Kinyarwanda, we should be there maybe to translate for those who have not understood the Kinyarwanda language. Thank you.
Okay. Nuko nari mbivuze, usanga ahanini urubyiruko cyangwa se abajene nyine mu Rwanda, ikibazo baba bafite cyane cyane kiri ku mwanya uri imbere ni ibibazo byo mu mutwe bahura nabyo, kubera bava muri famiye wenda ziciriritse, bitewe n'ibibazo byo kubura akazi, byo kubura iki, usanga nyine ahanini bahura n'ibyo bibazo bifite ahantu bihuriye n'ubuzima bwo mu mutwe. Ibyo rero ugatuma ahanini ari byo bituma babasha guhura nyine n'imbogamizi muri iki gihugu cy'u Rwanda. Murakoze.
Okay, thank you. Rwandans challenges they face, those youths, they are most affected by the management of direct and indirect consequences of genocide. Yeah. There is poverty. There is unemployment. There are illiteracy and limited possibilities of accessing education. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I say anything, I'm much delighted to be here. When we are talking challenges that youth do face, first of all, we have to think about these people. The age between 16 and 30, it's the age where these young ones are transforming, being in transformation from young age to adulthood. So in that process, they face a lot of challenges. They face a lot of challenges in that transformation. So some of these challenges, as my colleagues has mentioned, they face, first of all, the challenge of poverty. As we know, in these developing countries, most of families are poor. So to be born in those families, to be rising from there, it's a challenge even to have education. So poverty is a great challenge. So another challenge, as it's a challenge that is, I can call it, it's new, because it's most seen in developed countries where you find youth are facing depression. They do face depression. So there is an increase of risks of depression to some kind of extent. Depression is there. So they face many challenges we are going to be discussing. I can be talking those ones.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I will not tackle the first question because I've been excluded from the youth. I wanted to tackle question number 2. Are the government and development partners' interventions improving young Rwandans' lives? The answer is yes. Maybe it was followed by how. Is there any evidence that this is happening? The next answer would be yes also. Now, when I came in and I saw Harambe, it actually answered some queries because I would get supplement from her. Yes, the government has been endeavoring to do quite enormous work to make sure that the youth lives are improved in many ways. Specifically because I belong to Chief Skills Office that has strategic capacity development and also employment promotion. That's where I will tackle. And the government has been trying and endeavoring to make sure that the skills developed the youth. At the same time, employment has been also employment promotion. Now, how? Or maybe before I say how, why? Why? Because skills development, if it is quality skills development, it goes along with employment promotion in a way. And that's why the government does that. And so many interventions that are in place that do go with employment promotion, also of course, skills development. I can mention some of them. I can mention professional internship. Professional internship is a program that does help young university graduates and other students who have just come out of school to go to some bit or some period of hands-on program so that they can be transitioned to labor market. So this does improve the youth lives. Secondly, there are employment centers dispersed in a country. We have one in Kigali, we have one in the north, and one in the south. These also help the youth to guide them how they can make applications, how they can make CVs, and this eventually helps them to get employment. Third, there is also a program called Skills Development Fund. This is a fund that is in former, it was in former WDA, it is now in Rwanda TVET board. It also helps the youth to gain certain rare skills, especially the hands-on, so that eventually they can gain those touchable skills, if I may say. So there are many other interventions that the government is doing, and this it does along with development partners. I mentioned earlier Harambe. Harambe helps us to help students, especially those who have come out of university, in soft skills. in CV making, in English proficiency, and many other areas of soft skills. So in a way, I should say, government does help and also are development partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I give the floor to the guest of honors, and I would like you to shed light on the following questions I'm going to ask. You know, there is, we're talking about, you are in charge of the skills development. During Dr. Dixon's representation, he was talking about the demand and supply, where the employers need the graduates for performing very well, having a productive job. I would like to know what is taking place. Are the youth, maybe the graduates, meeting the demands of the labor market outside? What is taking place? Is the government which is supplying, the Ministry of Education, the Rwanda Education Board, the TVETs, what kind of skills are they imparting to the youth so that they can have that capacity, competency to excel even on the job market? I would like you to shed light on those issues, because I know you have expertise in that. I know what is taking place right now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. If I say that the skills that are being produced on the supply side are not meeting the demand side, that would be a rational answer, because there is no research that has been done to assess the skills matching. But there is a program that is going to be done. We want to do graduate tracking system, which will be tracking what are the products from the supply side and the demand side. How are they meeting? How are they matching? Oh, one thing that I can mention, it is not research, I must make a disclaimer on this. Some employers have been claiming that our graduates are not producing the right product. And that's why government had that of wanting to go to make a graduate tracking and see whether what is being claimed is what is the reality. But on the whole, our universities do produce good candidates for work. So I should say that there is good work being done by universities, which is being produced on the labor market. I must say this, there is an issue of the industry not receiving students from the universities. And because there is that problem, some students come out when they don't have those hands-on skills. They have theory, they can pass. If you give them a theory exam, they can pass with flying colors, but when it comes to hands-on, it's not proper. The reasons are they don't have exposure to the industry. And this is something that maybe policy makers should put in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our main focus right now is focused on the youth. As we earlier mentioned, we need to hear the voice of the youth. And we'd want to know the situation in which we are living before the COVID-19, just shortly before 2019, and then experiences, the lived experiences during the total lockdowns and the easiness of the total lockdowns. What were experiences during that time, and what do you anticipate to happen in the future, given the economic recovery programs? So
as you just mentioned, please, you are very free to speak in Kinyarwanda. We're here to translate, but we need to know what is taking place, what is working and not working well. Thank you. Murakoze. Urubyiruko uko rwari rubayeho mbere ya COVID, uko ubuzima bwari bumeze bugenda kuri normal rate, ari ubukungu, ari everything was running on normal rate. Ariko nk'urubyiruko hari gahunda zari zihari zo guteza imbere urubyiruko zigiye zitandukanye, kandi nubwo hari ikintu cyagaragaye kigaragara mu buzima bwa buri munsi bw'urubyiruko, bw'uko hari ababa bafite amakuru basa nkaho bari educated, cyangwa abantu baba barize bafite education nziza, ugasanga aribo bafite amakuru ahagije ku bintu birimo kuba bibateza imbere. Babandi bari mu cyaro down there bakaba badafite amakuru ahagije ku kintu cyabateza imbere, ugasanga bituma basima ugereranyije n'abantu bari mu bice by'umujyi, cyangwa se abantu bashoboye kwiga kuri excellent schools, nayo ikaba challenge ikomeye. So rero mbere ya COVID urubyiruko rwa ubuzima bwari bumeze neza, ubwo challenge zitabura zari zihari, ariko aho COVID yaziye challenges zabaye nyinshi cyane, kuko n'abari bafite akazi benshi bakaze, abandi kuguma mu rugo byonyine challenge itoroshye ishobora gutera no mu buryo bw'imitekerereze psychologically, bikaba byateza n'ikibazo, kuko abantu bari bamenyereye movements, gushakisha hirya no hino, kuba umuntu yaba afungiranye mu nzu asohoka just a moment agaruka, nabyo bishobora guteza ikibazo. So rero COVID yateje ibibazo byinshi ku rubyiruko, harimo abatwaye inda z'indaro zitateganyijwe, nabyo byabayeho. Hariho abagize imico itari myiza yabaye developed during COVID-19 kubera ko amashuri yari afunze, nabyo byaragaragaye ahantu hamwe na hamwe ko hari urubyiruko rwagize guhinduka mu mico yabo. So ndumva ibibazo bagiye bagira twagize nk'urubyiruko kozamanga bigiye bitandukanye, kandi byaragaragaye ko twagize ibibazo even no mu myigire yacu byagize ingaruka cyane. Twize nabi kuko twahise tujya muri transition yo kwiga online, abyo tutari tumenyereye. It caused many problems. I think abenshi kuri campuses zitandukanye no ku bigo bya secondary, they were learning just crashing ngo content irangire, ariko quality irimo ikibazo kubera COVID. So we faced many challenges for sure.
Okay. Before the COVID, youth, they were eager to achieve the Vision 2020, to achieve the best structures. And before the COVID, in 2015, Ministry of Education announced the introduction of new curriculum, which is competence-based curriculum, where they emphasize creativity and being competent, being able to compete at national level market. Yeah, the interest of the youth. In 2012, they launched the Youth Connector, where they connect the youth with other inspiring role models to be encouraged to do their best and ahead. During the COVID, the youth, they become demoralized. So the COVID disturbed all aspects. It was worse but we learn more. We learn to use internet during studying. We learn the way business were being conducted online. Yeah. Even people were motivated to live and survive under such conditions, which was worse. Where the vulnerable peoples during the COVID, they were being participated in agriculture. Yeah, post-COVID era, I think so. We are in COVID, of course, because we don't know either it ended, we are continuing. Rwanda has collaborated with other countries to get these vaccines. Yeah, and the Minister of Youth and Culture, United Nations Development Programs in Rwanda, the Korean International Cooperation Agency, and other partners, the Young Entrepreneurs License, they found to support young entrepreneurs to renew, to recover their business. Thank you.
Thank you. Byinshi mwabivuze ariko hari n'ikindi kibazo wenda cyabayeho after COVID. Turi muri lockdown kubera ko habayeho kwa kwigunga k'urubyiruko, kumva ko bamwe babaga birukanwe ku kazi bakumva nyine ko batakaje nk'icyizere, bibatera bamwe kwiyahuza ibiyobyabwenge, bituma nyine urubyiruko hari uburyo rwangirika, cyane cyane muri iki gihe cya COVID cyangwa mu gihe cya COVID turi mu ma lockdown. Ariko byibuze mu bigaragara ni uko urubyiruko cyangwa n'ibindi bigo bishinzwe urubyiruko bagenda bashyiramo imbaraga zo kuvakamenga nyine ibyo bibazo byabayeho, ku buryo byibuze nyuma ya COVID cyangwa se muri iki gihe iri kugenda igabanuka, hari ama activities ari kubaho y'urubyiruko, hari ama workshop, ama training bizatuma nyine babasha kugera kuri indi terambere rirambye.
Thank you. There are many challenges that the youth faced during the COVID. Many girls joined prostitution. Even there is one challenge of early marriages during the COVID and early pregnancies.
Thank you. I would like to talk a little bit about post-COVID situations. It's like we are now in the period of recovery, just to overcome those challenges that we are faced by the youth. As we are seeing that schools were opened and now we are learning on normal rate, everything is coming in line as it was. So as youth, we are after COVID, or in this period when COVID is slowing down, we are coming back to our conditions. We are trying to recover from those challenges. So now studying is good. We are studying well in different schools, even though those challenges are still there, but we are overcoming those challenges. Yeah, it's like a period of recovery.
Thank you so much. I would like Amos to talk about on the last item, talking about how can we scale up the actions that make positive impact on the youth. How can we scale these actions that make the positive impact on the youth? Thank you.
Thank you once again. First of all, we need to understand the youth. Dr. Dixon said, I'm now 53. I can't understand the youth. Even my kid, at times I don't understand him. So I can't understand the rest. So we need to understand them. What do they need? 20 years, is it 20 years ago? Yes. 20 something years ago when I was a youth, the desires and the wants and whatever are different, completely different from what is there. And this may be with other policymakers who are my age, or even slightly my age. So we need to understand them. And so if we are making certain policies, let's know what these youth need. So we need to understand them. And that means we should or must involve them. It's good that they are here. They are telling us their story. But if there is a policy that is going to be made, are they involved? Are they participative? Do they do a buy-in of what we want to propose for them? So if that is done, then I have a belief that what will happen will make a positive impact because they will be involved. Number two, have a participative with from all levels of governance, from central government to local government. We also understood that we may be here in Kigali, but there are quite many youth in Nyaruguru, in Rubavu, and elsewhere. So how is the local government involved? So let the local government be involved, and even other, not only government, but even other like churches, like other societies, you know, let them be involved. Then there should be some bit of, how do I say it? Things that get them be interested. You know, there are things that if you bring things that to them, then they will be participative and they will get involved and they will, you know, have all the other things that you are proposing to them be part of them. Then, this may be difficult, but let me propose this. How is the budget given to the youth? What percentage? Because the actions will go with the budget in one way or the other. So let there be a budget, whether in development partners, whether in government, that is targeting the youth. This will help them also to have those actions, scaled down. Let me stop there for the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the panelists, for very good presentations, very informative. And I would like to have the voices of other participants here in terms of maybe asking questions and also maybe having input to these discussions we're talking about. So it is free for the participants here to ask questions or give inputs towards what can be done, what is doing well and not doing well. And I know you represent the voices of the youth in the organizations you are in, and we would like to hear from you in terms of questions, and also if there are inputs you can also raise up, because we have lived different realities, lived experience during and before COVID-19. Thank you. mention your name, where you're coming from, then.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the introduction on the project. Just as a comment on the project, you have mentioned about the target you have, and I'm just focusing on the youth with disability. From the target, as you have said, you will target male and females. Remember, the youth with disability have been left behind so many times. And you have said the project will be inclusive. For me, I can challenge you to say the project can be leave no youth behind. It will give you the time to think about the youth with disability, going to get them. Because if we are inclusive, you can say male and female, they are together. There is inclusive, but when you say leave no youth behind, it will give you a task. Who am I left behind? Remember, the youth with disability, they are no longer recognized by some of the partners, the stakeholders we have within our country. It requires us and the other institutions who are working for disability advocacy. For the challenge the youth they face normally, there are two men, starting from their family, their community. Even they are not even getting educated from primary or to education level. So to me, they still have many challenges, which means we all need to work together to think, to focus, and even to make them a target. If we are working for the 1,000 of the youth, how many youth with disability we are targeting on? So another thing, it's about COVID impact. Even though the government of Rwanda has made many efforts to promote the right of the youth with disability, however, we are still facing the challenge based on the COVID, which comes, no one thought about. But from the COVID, we have made a research. Addition to the panelists, what they have said, the other youth, they had job. For the youth with disability, pre-COVID, they didn't have a job. What comes then? Violation, right violation. They are now pregnant. They are now beggars on the street. So if we don't sit together and we bring them on the table to say their own challenges, for example, look, all of us here, who mentioned the youth with disability from the presentation you have done? No one. Why? Because they are not recognized in your preparation. So we need to work together, and we need to come up with those, let me say, marginalized group in youth with disability. So they are not recognized from the preparation up to implementation. To mean our project should not be inclusive, should be leave no youth behind, with reasonable accommodation to individuals. We are inclusive. We are inclusive. Just my needs are different from this one. My need is different from this. All of you think about a young woman with a blind, deaf, physical, who cannot even get a time to attend this meeting. So I'm just saying this because sometimes we talk about inclusive, but we don't think those specific needs for the youth with disability. So we need to work together to bring the youth with disability on the table, to express their views within the budget. Let me talk about the budget. If we bring a youth with hearing impairment, he or she needs his specific need. So let us all think globally, think specifically and even bring them on the table, because if we are all inclusive, but we need to leave no one behind about what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say thank you for your good submission. And I want to quickly respond to one of the, I feel my heart is heavy. It was not intentional to exclude disabled people, and we apologize for that. So on behalf of PASCA, which we believe in inclusivity, I want to say this panel, if we knew, we would have your voice on the table, but you have aired your voice. So thank you so much for that. And I don't want you to feel we have excluded disabled people for any reasons. It was not intentional at all. But I think you raised very important points, which are leave no youth behind. And it's a very important point. Outside, I was talking to the DG, one of the Rwandan government senior officer, and she mentioned things that resonate to what you're saying. During COVID, youth got pregnant, teen pregnancy increased, abuses at home, conflict, gender-based violence increased in so many ways, in so many forms and shapes. But that also speaks to, if people are vulnerable, as you rightly said, these are even more exposed. They're more at risk to be abused, they're more at risk to be mistreated, they're more at risk to face all sorts of malpractices and mistreatment from the society. And I think in the room, we need to be cognizant of that. And you raised very important points. Well, I want to assure you, this project is going to take on board a cross-section of youth across countries. And here we're looking at different categories from their different socioeconomic status, disability, gender, whether you're in urban or rural, whether in different sectors. So much so that we are able to capture views of all youth. So thank you for giving us the term, leave no youth behind. I think Martin and Dixon, please take note of that. It's a very important term that you have coined, leave no youth behind. And I think I would want to borrow it at some point at various levels of conversation, and I will refer to what you say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another person.
Thank you very much to all the presenters. My name is Angel Mtetela. I work with Action Aid Rwanda as a youth focal person. And I have a question to Mr. Amos, who works with RDB in the Department of Skills Development and Capacity Building. I want to ask you one question about the skills you offer. I believe in information as a tool for transformation, and I believe in the work you do. It's a good work. I'm asking the youth that get those skills, youth that at your office and what you offer, is your office open to all youth, those who know the office and those who don't know it? Like, what is the methodology to offer those skills that you use? I remember way back 10 years back when I was at the university, people with such a department you have come to universities direct, and the heads of departments could go through the different departments of students and tell them, on Saturday we'll be having a person from this institution for career guidance. We could have a fee that we pay, maybe 20,000 Ugandan shillings, and we attend. And these people give us skills. And particularly, I know very much that those skills helped me. And then when you go out for a job interview, you at least you have an idea. How will you answer? How will you dress? How will you position yourself to be the best candidate and all those. So with your department, which methodologies do you use to help newly graduates who are just out of university? They have never gotten those let me say, mentors to tell them what happens in the interview room, ABCD. Is your office down there at the university, at technical schools, with out of school and all those people, to make sure that there's a huge impact, especially on all categories of youth? Or it's just people who know your office and come there, institutions who approach you for training? I don't know. I want to know more about that.
Maybe because her question was very long, quite asking so many questions in one question. Maybe let's take one question, then a response, then like that. Because if we give to another person, maybe by the time he's going to think about it, we maybe been forgotten. So let me give it to him, give an immediate response, then come back to you later. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. First of all, the Chief Skills Office does not offer skills. It coordinates. So how do we coordinate? We have a number of interventions of coordinating skills development. The first one, I mentioned it, where we have employment centers in different regions of the country. We have one in Kigali, Kimisagara. We have one in Musanze and another one in Huye. You would maybe hear employment centers and say, how about skills? Those centers are centers where graduates, university graduates, and those who finished RP, that is what is normally called R0 and RA, that is bachelor's and advanced diploma and diploma. They go there and they are given certain skills. I mentioned earlier to do with the CV writing, to do with the attending an interview, and many of that sort. Those are soft skills that are not normally learned at university. Like you mentioned, maybe some universities arrange them at university campus, but we do them in those employment centers. That's one intervention. The second intervention is transitioning to labor market with the soft skills that are fit to the labor market. I also mentioned the support of Mastercard Foundation and also Harambe. Harambe has been helping us, especially in English proficiency. You know it as much as I do, that some of our graduates are not very proficient with English language. And yet, English language is often the language that is normally examined with, and also at oral interviews. So that's the second intervention that we do. The third intervention for the youth is what we call rapid response training. Rapid response training is industrial-based training that youth go in and they are trained in a trade that is situated in that industry. So that's a skill that is gained there, and then for a period of time, a youth who went maybe in when he had little skills gains that skill because of attending with an expert. So there are a number of interventions that we coordinate. So I've just mentioned those. I don't know whether I have sufficiently answered your question. That's how we do it. We don't offer, we only coordinate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response. I would like you to take this opportunity to recognize the guest of honor,
So, and I would like to, the executive director of IPA to welcome her. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, moderator. I think we got I don't want to call it a slogan, but leave noise behind. That one is strong. And if we are taking anything outside this workshop, it should be that one. And I liked the short time I have stayed here because I know a number of issues that happened to youth during the COVID period, and now even past COVID. I am a parent, I have kids, I know how many of them were mad. Kids wanted to go out. Someone mentioned it, and I remembered how really children wanted to go out, young teens. And so I just want to take this opportunity, I don't know whether the microphone is on, to take the opportunity to welcome our DG Mini Youth, is it Mini Culture? My culture, and she's representing the minister, and we really appreciate you coming. And I know I talked to the minister yesterday. She should have loved to be here, but she promised that she will be here when we are giving out the final findings. And I believe based even on this workshop that we are going to get, findings, good findings from this study. Already new findings are really coming out, and I believe a number of things are going to come out. So Deja, you're welcome to give us your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Murakoze cyane. Ninja hara murambona. Can you see me from here? I don't think I'm that tall. I think I should stand somewhere here in between. Thank you very much, and congratulations for organizing such a successful event. I think what you're going to do is a great contribution to the youth empowerment sector, because this will inform policymakers on what are the really relevant projects that are pertinent to challenges that young people are facing in this post-COVID era. And I'm really happy to have attended this panel. I managed to hear from my people what are the challenges that they've met during COVID. I knew those challenges, but it's again a great opportunity to hear from young people themselves what they think are the challenges that have affected young people during the COVID period. I look forward also to getting the results from this research, because it will also inform us about market dynamisms and the innovations that young people brought on board to strive during the COVID period. And I also want to mention that it's very important to not take young people as beneficiaries, also as vulnerables. As young people, we can do wonders. We only need just a kanugato, just a lift to tell us that we can, because we saw this during COVID. We saw young people reimagining their businesses. There are some of young people who were doing the business of making wine. When COVID hit, they started making sanitizers. We also saw young people who started selling products online as a response to COVID, because most of us were staying in our houses, and some young people started selling products online. And from that, and I want to mention that is a positive side of COVID, we started selling most of the products even abroad, because people in different countries could access products online and know what young people, not only young people, but also other entrepreneurs in Rwanda are doing. It was easy to access those online. Again, as young people, it is a very big challenge. We see ourselves as beneficiaries. We don't have to sit back and start blaming the government, start blaming the partners of the government and other people that are not delivering to us. And I think I want to give the researchers this recommendation. Please ask young people to also to talk about their actions. What was their contribution? Because when COVID hit, no one was prepared. The government was not prepared. Partners were not prepared. We had all to imagine what we were doing. We had to adapt ourselves to the COVID period. I remember most of us, even government employees, we stayed at home for like 3 months. We didn't know what to do. And then WebEx came, Zoom came, we started attending different meetings. You could attend like even 15 meetings in a day, because it was easy to organize a meeting. Just get a link and tell people to come attend your meeting. And then people organized a lot of meetings. Then we didn't have enough time to do, the real work, the real job. So I think it was really an unplanned event that happened to all of us. And young people were not the only one to be affected. All of us, even the government, even partners, even a lot of businesses were affected. That's why even this recovery struggle that we are into, everyone has to contribute. And then hence young people should not be seen as beneficiaries and vulnerables. They have to contribute. And it should be a responsibility to young people to contribute to the recovery process of the economy of the country. And I'm saying this mindful of different opportunities that we put in place to support people in the recovery process. There's the recovery fund that was put in place by the government. There was a specific recovery fund that was put in place specifically for youth, and I think she talked about it. And sometimes we support young people. I'm saying this because the ministry has different initiatives. She also spoke about the Youth Connect. We have the Youth Connect Award. We are also awarding young people this weekend. We award them from 10 million to 5 million to 1 million in different programs. We have TVET Youth Challenge, support young people doing TVET studies. We have different programs supporting. We have the Eco Brigade program supporting young people in environment sector. We have road maintenance program supporting young people in engineers and other young people in accounting sector. So we have diverse programs. But what we see in young people is that there's this thing of them thinking themselves as beneficiaries. The government has to do this to me. And they forget that they are growing. And we have this challenge of some of them who don't want to leave the youth age group. They always say that they are 30 years because they know in youth sector there's a lot of opportunities. Here, I want to say that young people should seize the opportunity, and out of one opportunity that they get, they have also to create more opportunities to other young people who were not lucky to get that opportunity. Like, for example, if you get a grant of 10 million, you have to use that opportunity to create more jobs for other young people. If you get an opportunity to access some skills from RDB, you have to use those skills to teach other young people in the community. Like they said, we have a big challenge of soft skills among our young people. We even see this when young people are pitching their projects. Our young people are very innovative. They have big ideas. They have big dreams, but it's very difficult for them to express themselves. I don't know if it's in our culture. Rwandans, you don't have to say too many words. Just have to be calm. You don't have to speak in public, especially when you're a woman. All those things that are in our culture are the challenges that we have. But what is the contribution of young people to solving those challenges? And I really want to end my remarks by saying that in this research, I would be happy to also learn what young people are thinking to be their contribution to the recovery process of our economy, to be the contribution to making Rwanda what we want it to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General, Youth Empowerment, for your insightful hopes that you have given to the youth. And I think you have heard what you have said. There are millions and millions of money that is going to the youth, and you have to aspire and become resilient to have that portion in your project. Thank you so much. Before we round off, there are some people, about 2 to 3 people wanted to say something before maybe we go for lunch. So let's hear from them. Thank you.
Nitwa Isai, Executive Director wa Rwanda Youth in Action. Murakoze cyane, ngira ngo iyi search ari byizagaragaza, ariko ngiye ndabashaka gushima igitekerezo cyatanzwe na Karine kivuga yuko ibibazo byinshi bihari bishingira ku buzima bwo mu mutwe, ndetse nshima cyane n'ibitekerezo bitanzwe na nyakubahwa deje wacu Solange. Bigaragara yuko na government y'u Rwanda hari icyo yakoze nyuma ya covid n'ubwo ibibazo byari bihari. Uyu munsi none ugiye mu giturage urabona urubyiruko rwinshi ruri mu makoperative yabo, ubundi company kugira ngo upigane company bagusaba experience, ariko uyu munsi none company itarengeje miliyoni 50 bishyira hamwe bagakora ibijyanye n'imihanda, urubyiruko rwinshi ruri kubona akazi. Hari urubyiruko rwinshi twari dufite rwakoraga ubucuruzi bwambukiranya imipaka, rimwe na rimwe hakaba n'abakora fraud smuggling, bakajya Uganda bakajya hehe. Umunsi none ugeze Burera cyo kugera Gicumbi, urabona ko hari ibisubizo government y'u Rwanda iri kuzana, aho urubyiruko barushyize hamwe ruri gukora kandi rukabasha kugira icyo rugeraho. Ibyo ni ibisubizo government yazanye kandi tubona ari byiza nk'urubyiruko turi gushima. Ariko nkaba ikibazo cya nyuma nshaka kukibaza Mr. Amos from RDB. Uyu munsi none support iri kubona abantu benshi bize, abagaraduatinze, abagize gute, ariko iyo urebye inyuma hari ikindi kibazo gihari. Imibare igaragaza ko ibihumbi hafi 23 by'abana b'abangavu mu mwaka wa 2019 kuri research yakozwe na Haguruka babyariye iwabo. Uyu munsi none niki nko muri RDB wenda mujyanye na internship, mujyanye n'akazi, mujyanye no guteza imbere urubyiruko, muri gutekereza kuri abana b'abakobwa baba barabyariye iwabo, cyane cyane iki kintu kiri gutekerezwa ku bana b'abanyonzi wenda bakoraga ubunyonzi covid ije wenda batakibukora, cyangwa bafite ibindi bintu batabashije kugira amahirwe yo kwiga ngo mubashakire stage, bagire email, bagire gute batabonye amahirwe yo kwiga. Ngira ngo icyo nakongeraho shaka gushimangira neza ku bya Karine yavuze from Imbuto Foundation, ikibazo kirari koko impact yagize ku rubyiruko byabaye ibibazo bikomeye cyane. Hari abana b'abakobwa bari baravuye mu giturage baza gukorera i Kigali, baratutse Nyagatare, baraturutse Nyaruguru. Covid ije bamara imyaka 2 baba muri ghetto, baba mu nzu ya bonyine. Can you imagine kuba mu nzu ya wenyine, ibibazo bashobora guhuriramo, nuza kukubeshya ngo araguha icyo kurya cyangwa icyo kunywa, ni ibibazo bikomeye cyane. Hari abana b'abanyonzi bakoraga akazi batabonye umwanya wo kugira gute ubwo gukora, bakamara umwaka badakora. Icyo ni ikibazo, hari impact byagize. Uyu munsi rero as recommendation byateye ibibazo by'ubuzima bwo mu mutwe, benshi usanga babyaye batanabiteganyije, ndetse n'urubyiruko rwinshi usanga rwafashe drugs kubera ko hari icyo bavuga ngo iki kintu cyandura mu mutwe. Ibyo ni ibibazo bihari byatewe. Ngira ngo nk'abantu turi hano, cyangwa kimwe muri recommendation cyangwa ibisubizo bizatangwa n'ubu bushakashatsi muzakorwa, muzamiko ibyo bibazo bihari ariko bize bitanga n'ibisubizo, cyane cyane ariko tutibagirwa no ko kureba cyane cyane urubyiruko ngo nkuko nyakubahwa Deje yavuze, nubwo dukora research cyangwa mindset guhindura ibitekerezo, ariko turebe bifatika, kuko uyu muntu uje afite icyo gukora ntago ajya mu kurangara, ntago atekereza iyi mitwe yitwaje intwari duturiye iri muri za Kongo cyangwa za Burundi kuyo ashobora gushukwa. Haretekezwa no ku kintu cyakorwa. Ngira ngo wenda nyakubahwa avuye muri RDB araza ku comment ku bijyanye n'icyo batekereza ku rubyiruko rutabonye amahirwe yo kwiga ruri hara mu giturage. Murakoze.
Thank you very much. I think for those who do not understand Kinyarwanda, I think time is not on a good side. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to respond to your question. Maybe the representative from RDB will compliment me. You asked about what the government is doing to support young people who are not educated. We have different programs that are intended to creating more employment opportunities for young people in different sectors. Let me switch to Kinyarwanda. Kuko nabajije mu Kinyarwanda. Okay, that's great. Now different government institutions are doing what we call budget consultation. It is an exercise that all government institutions have to do with Minecofin to showcase the planned activities for the coming budget year, which is 2022-2023. And in this budget consultation, it was intentionally recommended that young people are mainstreamed in all sectors. That means if some environment conservation projects are in place, saying environment because they have a lot of opportunities and projects that are coming. There's some projects that are intended to greening different cities. There's greening Amayaga, there's greening in Nyagatare, which is greening in Muvumba, which is a river in Nyagatare. There's greening in Nyabarongo, which is a project to plant a lot of trees on the sidelines of Nyabarongo to protect the buffer zones, but also to make radical terraces and progressive terraces on those hills in the western part of the country. There's other projects that are intended to afforestation and other different construction projects. So there's an intentional effort of employing young people in those different sectors because it was showcased that there's a big number of young people that are redundant in the community. You have a lot of young people that are not in education, that are not in employment, that are not in training, that are there in the community only drinking alcohol when they get money. Like when they call you who is working, just send me 2,000, I'm very sick. And then they go and grab a bottle of Primus and drink. So we want to make those young people active. The problem that we have right now is that even when those opportunities are given to young people, there are some who say, like, I'm a graduate from university, I can't go in planting of trees or those fucking jobs I don't want. So it is like intentional that we also, we are trying to put in place what we call Rwanda Volunteers Corps, which is going to be a movement of gathering those young people in different sectors that are not employed, but that can work as volunteers to contribute to different development projects and they get facilitated, get experience that they can use to compete for other different jobs. So I wanted to say that there's a lot of opportunities that are coming, even the management of these water points, Amavomo, in the rural areas, you know, those Amavomo, and in most of the areas, it's not working. So we want to give those Amavomo, the water points, to young people to be them to manage those water points. So they'll be saving money on a very small fee, and they will be like they will be obliged to save 30% of what they get. And after saving, they'll compete. Those who saved a lot will be supported to start another business in the community that is responding to the challenges that the respective community is facing. So I wanted to say that there's a lot of opportunities that are there for young people, but also there's a challenge to push young people, to mobilize young people to tap and to seize those opportunities. Bakanazikoresha neza kugira ngo babone nibirenze izo opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amos.
Yeah, just to complement on what DG has just mentioned, let me mention two interventions. One, you probably must have heard of prior learning recognition. Prior learning recognition, the one that is given to people who have skills but have not had the opportunity to go in school and get a certificate. Now, specific to the youth, somebody is a mason or is a plumber, but has not had a certificate from a recognized maybe institution. It's a government program that is there, that you are a youth, but you can gain a certificate even when you have not gotten to a technical school. That's one. You've heard of ICPs, udukiriro, ngira ngo buri karere gafite agakiriro almost, and most of the people that are there are youth, and there is an additional intervention that is there where there is leasing. Maybe I cannot go into detail about it, where BDF also comes in, and it is target both skills transfer and also employment promotion. So there is a lot, like DG has said, you also as youth need to get in and get involved. Otherwise, it may not find you at your home's place. Thank you.
I had some questions here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, it's not a question, it's just a comment. Denise from UN Women. Just wanted to first thank them from Mini Youth on what she just said to youth here, reminding them that they are not only beneficiaries, but they must be actors to their development. I would like to thank as well our researchers for the work they are doing, and for the insightful presentation. I wanted to also thank our panelists. I would like to highlight the way I was able to link what our La Jeunesse là-bas, what they said about what is happening, mainly on the challenges. Karine, she talked about the mental health, but even the two others, Wilson and Mutoni, they highlighted key challenges with details. Ariko byose, it was linked to the mental health and the poverty and so on and so on. So thank you so much, guys, for you just start to be part of the actors of your development. This afternoon, I will not be there, so I wanted just to make sure that one of the points my colleague or one of the participants highlighted, to make sure that the existing mechanism are taken into consideration. I would like to remind that we have a joint youth program, which is led by the Ministry of Youth and co-led by UNDP and Imbuto Foundation. I don't know, we have been invited as UN Women. I don't know if other UN agencies have been invited as well. I don't know, but just wanted to make sure you are informed, you are aware of the existing joint youth program, who is really doing great thing for the youth. Wanted to recognize the fact that you have highlighted, you have mentioned the equality and the equity in this process. You mentioned that women are more underemployed and unemployed. So I was happy on my side to see that you were able to think about even those details, and they are really also important. So thank you so much for what you are doing, and please, as our colleague said, we should make sure that the principle of leaving behind is respected. In the presentation, by the way, you talked about, you didn't mention probably the details about people living with disability and so on, but you talked about the principle of leaving no one behind. I really much appreciated that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have another.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacques Habyarimana from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And just to compliment DG and Mr. Amos from RDB on what they have said about what the government is doing for to support the youth, especially those who are not educated. Here, I want to mention the strategy of the government named National Skills Development and Employment Promotion Strategy, which is coordinated by RDB in its implementation. Under this strategy, there are a number of interventions that are supporting youth and women. There are interventions linked to skills development, where Mr. Amos talked about rapid response training, which is being delivered by Rwanda TVET board. We have a fund from World Bank, whereby we are helping our industries, businesses to train people. It's a grant which is given to the business people, to the businesses, so that they can upgrade the skills of potential workers on one hand, and also to provide new skills that are needed by these businesses. And this is really an intervention which is helping the government to employ a lot of youth and women, especially those who are not educated. Also, we have interventions related to providing internships in order to help our youth and women get experience, which can help them to get jobs. Also, he talked about the access to finance. We have many interventions related to access to finance under this strategy that I mentioned. And through BDF, there are many financial products offered to youth and women. I can give an example of a financial product named Micro Leasing Facility, which is offered to youth with small businesses where they can get the investment, the equipment valued at 10 million Rwandan francs at maximum. But if you have a business with, for example, which costs 500,000 Rwandan francs, you can get that amount. And these are examples of interventions that are really helping the youth and women, especially those who are not educated, to be employed, to start their businesses, and the others get needed skills by business people needed to employ for businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us have only one person, because time is not on our side. We have other 2 sessions which are going to have after the lunch. And therefore, I would like to have only one person, and we thank the panelists so that we go for lunch, and then whoever has something to say for this particular session, we'll have also have an opportunity to continue in another session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to take a lot of time. My name is Yannick Nyonzima from Iteka Youth Organization. So I would like just to emphasize on that we don't need to leave any youth behind. So it has been mentioned that some issues that youth face in our country. And these issues have been there for some years, even before COVID-19. But COVID-19 has maybe made the situation deteriorated and worse. There is something like mental health, poverty, unemployment, and all these issues. I think also we should think about the cause of all these issues, so that we may know how to find solutions on these issues. So if 70% of youth is in the rural areas, and we know that the youth is a pillar and the foundation of a nation, I think if the issues of young people in the rural areas were taken into serious consideration and dealt effectively within the country, so I think far the country would be today. So I think I would urge organizations and institutions that are here and others to not make traffic in the city of Kigali. let's move. Let's meet those people. Let's meet those young people. There are so many talents in the rural areas. How many people in the rural areas have access to quality education? How many young people who have talent in the rural areas? And look, so many young people, their dream, I mean, young people in the rural areas, their dream is to come in Kigali, to find, to get access to different things, access to entertainment, access to quality education. So it's because young people in the rural areas are relatively neglected. So I think if we need to go fast in the transformation and development of the country, we should make a lot of efforts in the rural areas. It's where we have the majority of young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank you very much for those who participated, who had their views. And the Utafiti Sera House has started because it is about dialogue. It is about sharing ideas. It is about anything that you feel like being heard. And we have heard the voices of the youth, and you are still hearing the voice of the youth. So since it has started, of course, we are going to build a community of practice, starting from there, not only on youth employment and resilience and their aspirations and adaptation during and after, but also beyond. So let me take this opportunity to thank all the panelists, Wilson, Mutoni, Karin, Amos, for your time and the journey that you took from the Eastern Province to here. It is very significant and very considerable on our part of other researchers. So thank you so much. The next step is we are going for lunch, and this lunch is going to take about 40 minutes. So thereafter, we shall come back here and then go into another session. Thank you so much.
Why can't you give Bosco a clap? He's done a good job.
issues that are discussed well planned, and we are able to progress with them in such a way that after the research findings are brought on board, then those results are used by the key decision makers, by those influencers. And we want to make these policies relevant. We have made, as a country, I know in Rwanda, we have made a number of policies, but are these policies being used? If they are not being used, why? And this research, it's about you and me, it's about the youth. How do we ensure that the research evidence is used? What will be our roles as key players in this? We have the government here, their role. How do we ensure that in terms of the finding, they are part? And that's why we about co-creation. We co-create together and of course co-produce. So those results are produced by all of us, but not a particular project. Or say Rwanda, that was Rwanda's work. No, it's about all of us, and that's why we're engaging as a community policy practice. So in a nutshell, we want to engage all the policymakers and practitioners through directly involving them from the start of this project. And that's why we have this Inception meeting, so that all of us, we understand where are we coming from, where are we going to, and can we move together? We don't want to move alone. Rwanda does not want to move alone, but we want to move together as a team, so that in the end, then all of us should be happy that this is the findings that we got, this is what we need to do, and this is what the government has to do to make sure that the youth voices are captured in everything that they do. So, this is a house. Utafiti Sera is a house. This is a house where we are seated. And we can see the first drawing. So, the house consists of this house. It consists of the key stakeholders. And who are these key stakeholders? The key stakeholders for this house are the think tanks, the research organizations, the UN agencies, those different bodies that we have in place, the external organizations, the media that you see are capturing our information. It's part of this house. So you're not leaving any team out, but we're including everybody. NGOs, international NGOs, civil society organizations, community-based organizations. That's why we want people from even the community to be part and parcel of this Utafiti Sera house. Are we together? It's after lunch. I want to make sure that we are participating, and we are not driving our heads left or right. Are we together? So from that, after having this, the key stakeholders, what next? We map all those other ones that did not manage to come here, because they are also key in terms of helping us to get the correct findings. There are several youth organizations in Rwanda. Are they here? They are not here. There are other organizations that have key interest in youth issues, youth activities. So as a result of mapping, we'll have the new research evidence and of course the policy, and to make sure that those research evidence are synthesized. From the research evidence, when the results, the findings are there, then we can package that information that we get from the findings to make what we call blogs, we call policy briefs, and of course, just making sure all those scientific products, because the research is a scientific, orderly way of finding about a problem, a particular problem. So those scientific evidence produced must be packaged well in terms of policy briefs, infographics, and even newspapers, even video documentary. When you go and talk to the youths when you're doing the research, we take what we call a photo voice. The youths, you give them a phone, a very good one. Tell them, go and tell us more about your aspirations. Give them the phone for a whole day. Let them bring you the phone. Look at the photos. Those photos speak volumes of words. Are we together? Photo voice, video documentary. As they talk, you will see that there. So from there, we go to communication. How do we make sure that those results, those findings that we have packaged so well are used? We will have all those policy debates during breakfast meetings, during a seminar like this, so that then we involve our key leaders in the government, that this is what we found out. What do you think should be done? Because for all this, some should be passed as a bill, some should be in the policies. But how do we make sure that what we think should be made as a policy is actually captured and it is a policy in those guidelines under the youth ministry by involving those key officers or officials in this kind of forums or meetings. And of course, advocate, use the media to blow out these issues of the youth. And as a result of that, the government will be concerned and they will pick up, there is an issue in this particular part of Rwanda, and we need to use that so that then we can advance the youth voices to a better level, have a forum with them, sit with them, discuss with them, and of course, see what comes out of it. So as a result of that evidence, in the end, we expect to see better outcomes from the voices of the youth. And these better outcomes are a result of the new policies that we will have in place for Rwanda youth. And of course, having those discussions at national level, changing any other oncoming program design, because there are several programs that come. But if you're targeting a youth, now we know the issues that are affecting the youth, so that then we can change the program design in the end. And of course, changing even the implementation to see if we do not do this, then how then do we do it in a better way so that youths are actually involved and captured. So, because we're doing this together, I say the first key priority point is co-creation. Let's do it together. Let's do it as a community. Let's do it as key stakeholders that have interest in the youth and that want to support the youth to have better lives or have better livelihoods. That would help them in terms of living a good standard life. And of course, we want to see the youth saying, what do they mean by a good life? How do they want their lives to be? What else can be done to support those kind of aspirations of the youth? And of course, we want to see the catalyzing change. How do we help these youth so that they know that at the end of the day, they can improve on what they are doing and become better people? That is catalyzing change. And of course, the policies that we have in place, using the evidence, can we make sure that that policy messiness is done away with and we have quality policies that addresses the youth gaps or challenges from all the departments, especially in a situation where the community interest is anchored and is actually taken up by all those who practice or support the youth organizations to practice what is good for their future, what is good to help them improve on what they are doing at the end of it. And that's the end of my presentation. And because of that, I want us to think. We have around 4 questions that each table should be addressing. So in that your group, so this is group 1. By default, that is in front. This is group 2. This is group 2. This is group 3. And this is group 4.
I think we're all tired, right? Do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we mingle, rather than stay within the table where we go to experience other voices from other youth. So we can do 1, 2, 3, and then group 1 will stay here. No. Group 1 can go and stay in the rain. No, the group 1 will stay here. Group 2 will stay here, and then group 3. We're doing how many groups? 4. 4 groups. Okay, 4 groups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. This is group 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you get what it's saying? We are not sitting on the same table. So you'll be number 1, 2. So you say 1, 2. Ukifika 4. When you reach 4, you start again 1. So that we mingle, because we want to capture the different minds in different tables now.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Two. That 2.
There's a 4 here. Yes. So those who said 1, carry up your hand. So before you go to your groups, you will need to know the questions. So 1 will sit here. So if you're on this table and you're not 1, you move. 2, carry up your hand. And look at each other so that you know when somebody refuses to come to your group, just go and 2. So 2, you will sit here. All 2s to come here. 3. 3 come here. Yeah. 4, please come here. 4, just feel free. Let's. And in your respective groups, please have the chair. Please have the chair and have the secretary. In your groups, please have the chair, elect the chair, elect the secretary. So do you have the chair? You have the chair? For this group, they have already appointed someone. For this group too? The chair? Group 3? You have the chair. Group 2? You have the chair. Group 1, the chair? It's the lady. Group 4, the chair? Who's the chair? Nabot. You are the chair. Then group 1, secretary. Secretary. You have agreed, eh? Group 2 secretary. Secretary. So you take the group notes, huh? Group 3 secretary. No, she's the chair. I thought so. Oh, you are the chair now. Good. The student. Group 4 secretary. Please, group 4 secretary. Good. So the questions are these. Please take the questions. Take the questions. Number one, which individuals, comma, groups, which individuals, comma, groups, and institutions do we need to involve to answer the research questions on youth aspirations? All of us, all groups, please write down the 4 questions and you answer it. And please just capture only 3 key priority answers. 3 key priority answers per question. And if during the presentations, if the first group has mentioned something, please do not repeat it. All groups are answering all the questions. Pick 3 key priority answers, and the secretary will present. The first question I said is, which individuals, groups, or institutions need to be involved to answer the research questions on youth aspirations? Question 2, how do we get the underrepresented youths to be part of this project? How do we get the underrepresented youths to be part of this project? The marginalized. Eh? Are we together? We go to question 3. Question 3. Question 2. Your group will give you. So give him question 2. How do we get on board the underrepresented youths to be part of this project? The underrepresented. Eh? I'm talking about the marginalized group. Eh? Like my friend talked about the youths with disability. How do we get them to be part of this project? Question 3. Which mechanisms can we use to sustain the stakeholder engagement for this particular project? Which mechanisms can we use to sustain the stakeholder engagement for this particular project? Engagement. Which mechanisms can we use to sustain stakeholder engagement for this project? Do you understand the question? The Youth Aspirations Project. Eh? Last question. Any other research areas, stroke questions that we should consider? Please indicate or write any other research questions or areas that we need to consider for this. Captured well? Any other research areas or questions that we need or we should consider for this Youth Aspirations Project? How many minutes? didn't write. Ask which individuals or groups and institutions need to be involved to answer the such questions on youth aspirations. 30 minutes? Is that too much? Group members, 30 minutes, is that too much? It's fine. So it is, what time is it by your watch? 3 what? 3:30. So exactly 4 we are presenting. Exactly 4. So that's a good time. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I think we had fruitful discussions in the breakout sessions. So next on the agenda is the feedback from the breakout sessions. So starting from group 1, if you are ready, the note taker can come and tell us what we found in your group. If group 1 is not ready, we can start from any group that is ready. Yeah, please welcome. Please come in front.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isabel. I'm representing the group 1. On the first question, you have identified 3 institutions which can best represent youth views, where we talked about the government, the youth organization, and the private sector. Within the government, we say that we identified the different ministries, but specifically my culture, Minalok, Mifotra, also the National Youth Council, the youth volunteers, and NCPD. They can also help us to identify the young people. Among the youth organizations, we identified Imbuto Foundation, Fawe International, TVET, and other locally funded organizations. As well as being specific on one, we said Nudor, which will help us to reach the young people with disabilities. On the private sector, we identified PSF, the Private Sector Federation, as well as the business. Under the Private Sector Federation, we identified 2 chambers, namely the Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs and the Chamber of Arts and Crafts. The second question was about how to get underrepresented youth to be part of this project. We say that you can identify through organizations and associations which represent them or they meet. We named the NCPD, the International Displaced People, the Historically Marginalized People, and the Kopargwa, which is a cooperative of the historically marginalized people here in Rwanda. And the mechanism on the third question, it was about the mechanism to be used in order to sustain stakeholders' engagement for this project. We say that there should be a creation of a platform that will bring all the stakeholders together. Then within that platform, there will be shared input as well as updates on this project. We also say that we can involve all the stakeholders within the monitoring and evaluation process so that they can give their feedback and also learn what's happening on the project. On the last question about areas, the areas of interest that this project can touch on, we say that we identify the gender-based violence in terms of crisis, such as COVID-19 and other unplanned events. We talked about financial inclusion and financial literacy for young people. We also said drug abuse and mental health also for young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 1. Is Group 2 ready? Or any other group? 2, 3, or 4? Group 2 or any other group that is ready. Yes.
I'm a representative of Group 4. The first question, which individuals, groups, and institutions need to be involved to answer the research questions on youth aspirations? For us, we choose the Minister of Justice, RDB, Minister of Public Service and Labor, High Education Council, Rwanda Youth Agribusiness Forum, youth clubs, youth cooperatives, Minister of Local Government, Youth Development Fund, BDF, youth-centered organization, national and international, Rwanda Youth Employment Support, youth representative at Parliament, policymakers and implement, especially at local government, Minister of Finance and Economic Planning, and religious organizations. Question 2. How do we get underrepresented youth to be a part of this project? Find them where they are. Correcting data in the local language, engaging the local readers to identify those groups that are disabled peoples, stakeholder mapping, use of media awareness. Question 3, which mechanisms can we use to sustain the stakeholder engagement for this project? Giving out tasks to different stakeholders. Question 4, any other research areas, questions that we need to consider for this youth aspiration project? Research question is the unit of analysis. We differentiate different categories of youth by the age, gender, social class, geographical locations, and state of disabilities, religious organizations, youth in the schools and out of the schools, prostitutes, and teen parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ekisa Monique and I'm from Group 3. For us, when we thought about the first question, we actually came up with 4 organizations that can help you find out the real implementers of these projects, because we found out that you're not knowledgeable enough to actually make a list. So the first one is My Culture, Mastercard Foundation, National Youth Council that oversees YEGO centers, and then the TVET system that includes Rwanda Polytechnic and TVET schools. Then for question 2 about how do we get underrepresented youth to be part of this project, the first recommendation is that from the start, you should engage with dialogues and debate with local NGOs and organizations of people living with disabilities. For instance, like WEZO, Youth Empowerment, that you saw Simon Peter that raised really good questions. And then engage also like different unions, like unions of the blind and of the deaf and many others. There's also like Transparency Rwanda for single moms, youth living in rural areas, those who drop out of schools, and many others. But most importantly, conduct field visits and engage local government to ensure that you're actually speaking to the right audience. You can also reach out to youth volunteers through Minalok.
Then for question 3 about which mechanism can we use to sustain the stakeholders' engagement for this particular project, we started by saying that there is a need to map out existing platforms. And then once you find them, who is active in the ecosystem and who's not, we can actually strengthen them and leveraging the existing resources. Then the second thing is to align with government priorities to make sure that it's actually sustainable and yeah, that's part of the sustainability. Then the next one is sharing best practices and information. I think somebody mentioned that before, to ensure that there's no overlapping of initiatives and the information flows timely. Then another thing that we came up with was to play the role of a facilitator. Basically, instead of being at the forefront, you should actually play the role of a facilitator and use existing resources and provide capacity building so that beyond this project, the activities can still continue. Then the last thing on question 3 is to showcase how houses have been successful in other countries, because you mentioned that you're also in different countries, if they've been there before, and before writing out a full strategy. Otherwise, what we recommend is that the strategy should be built alongside the stakeholders. Then for the last question, any other research questions or areas that we need to consider for this particular project, we say that there should be a thorough research specifically on youth living with disabilities and how they can enter the labor market. So basically, we are asking if we can look at challenges, opportunities available, the potential. There are also different trainings that we heard about, like disabilities mainstreaming training to remove stigma and empower youth with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yannick. I'm from group 2. The first question says, which individuals or individuals, groups, or institutions that should be involved to answer research on youth aspirations? So here we came up with some few organizations that we could list, like UNFPA, Minaloc, Rwanda Youth Agribusiness Forum. The second question was about how do we get on board underrepresented youth to be part of this project? How do we get on board underrepresented youth to be part of this project? Here we said, we should work closely with community authorities, like local authorities, mobilize the youth through forums like Itorero, also religious-based organizations like schools, universities, etc. The third question is about which mechanism can we use to sustain the stakeholders' engagement for this project. The mechanism, we suggested that we should look forward to establishing forums for all stakeholders, accountability approach. Here, it's like all beneficiaries that should be involved as policy makers. Also, a strong monitoring and evaluation framework and using existing forums like JAF, etc. The fourth question is any other research area that we need to consider for this project. Here we suggested impact of skills development to employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the inputs from the 4 different groups. Before we move on to the comments or some other questions, we would like to welcome the Mastercard Foundation representative to give us his remarks. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for having us, for convening us here today. My name is Eli Mandela. I work with the Mastercard Foundation, and I'm here representing our country head, who has not been able to join, Mrs. Rika Rwigamba, but she does send her support to the project that's going on here, and would really hope that this session has gone very well. One, it's nice to hear a couple of things that we've heard from young people over and over again in terms of how we coordinate the partners that are serving young people to ensure that we deliver on their needs. So it's really nice to hear some of the recommendations that are coming from the conversations from yourselves is how do we coordinate better and how do we utilize already existing resources. So that's really refreshing to hear. One thing that really resonates here is everything we're trying to do at the foundation is really about young people. And it's about enabling young people to access dignified and fulfilling work. And that's really part of the vision that we have, which is really to allow everyone to learn and prosper. A few things that stand out when you look at that vision and the mission that we're following is really, it's young people with their individual or collective context, challenges, education level, and aspirations. Because we strongly believe that regardless of the issues commonly affecting their lives, they aspire to more. They aspire to greater, they aspire to dignified and fulfilling opportunities, but even more, aspire to dignified lives. So it is definitely our duty to enable the mechanisms to make the aspirations a reality. I would like to thank PSGR and our partners and IPAR for putting us one step closer to enabling these mechanisms. And Utafiti Sera is one of those mechanisms that we're seeing today. I trust that the recommendations that emerge from this convening will inform our actions moving forward. And we remind us of the importance of the value of listening to young people. And we've heard multiple times of how do we reach the underserved and young people that are hard to reach. So hopefully this exercise allows us to really reach them and listen to them. And beyond listening to them, we can be able to act upon some of the things that they've shared. I would like to thank all of the stakeholders that are here today for taking your time and for joining us in this important activity. As you all know, it takes a village, and we are honored to be part of this village alongside all of you to build the future of Africa and a future that allows young people to live dignified and fulfilling lives. It is through our common efforts that we'll be able to build a strong next generation. As we go back to our respective missions that collectively merge into supporting our young people, let's continue to consult and engage with one another and to make sure our interventions are tailored to their needs. Allow me to once again thank all of you for a fruitful session altogether. And thank you on behalf of the Mastercard Foundation again. And we look forward to seeing positive results from Utafiti Sera. So thank you very much.
So we have 5 minutes. I know members are now tired and thinking of running away. We have only 5 minutes. We just want to capture your information about today's workshop. And again, any other voice that you think you have left behind about the youths, you can please indicate in this post-evaluation paper. That would help us to see which areas do we need to improve on, which areas can we learn from, and any other activity that we need to include in the next workshops or seminars that we'll be having with you as key stakeholders for this youth aspirations and resilience project. So 5 minutes is enough. We'll be collecting back the papers. It is anonymous. Don't write your name. Anybody who does not have a pen, we can borrow your pen.
No, I'm joking. There's no relationship. We've been here for a long time. Yeah. I usually try to get a joke out of that. That I'm related. It's my grandfather or something like that. How long have you spent out of country? I've always been. So we are all team. It was Sandana, but will not come here. Sure, we should be able to get in touch. First conversation we had our party. Yeah, so I think it was through that conversation. So yeah, Zoom. So no, yeah. Thank you, Dixon. Yeah, so it's I think jumping back to the top. Yeah. Thank you. One of the things we have to share about the once you're done, the forms will pass by. Okay, so we'll do that after the filling the forms. Just to let you know, once we have to go here, but you have to pass by the table here. It's supposed to be after we do the way forward. Yes. Because I think there's going to be lots of insights that are coming from. So, good to speak to the people the same time, maybe asking the same people question. There's some of them are similar. About aspirations and some of the aspirations. So, yeah, it would be great to have to speak to the probably wanted to, but just couldn't get over it. Yeah, if there is any need for any further conversation, have the tools that will the presentation that we ask, all of the data sets are shared some of it, but if there's any that I see. And this one in terms of the question that you'll be asking, that's one of the things we did.
1 minute. 1 minute left.
One minute.
Yes, yes. Pleasure. Those very great, just one. Yes, and the next time we're here, it's no problem. Thank you for having me.
Okay. We almost done. Okay, I think we're almost there. So thank you. We've almost come to the end of this wonderful workshop. On behalf of the Executive Director of IPA Rwanda, Ms. Eugenia Kaitesi, and on my own behalf, I'd like to thank you for attending, and not just attending actively. Mine is a simple role to thank you for attending and also to forge a way forward. So for everyone here, I think we have now the Utafiti Sera House. We kindly request you, for those who have not, we've written some emails, but please make sure your email is registered. We have your numbers, we keep in touch. We'll be sending out the copies of all the presentations. In the coming couple of months, what is going to happen? We are in the process of finalizing the ethics approval for the project. We are also with Martin and the team from Kenya working on the tools and programming the tools. So for sure, we'll be coming to you by way of key informal interviews, but also for the youths by way of the service. So what is going to happen is We will be preparing in the next few months to finalize the research authorization. We will be finalizing their visa from the NISA, and also contextualizing the tools and preparing for the data collection. But while we do this, we will surely keep in touch, because like we said, we have to do this iteratively. So we are glad to have contacts over there for all of those who have not registered. Register your contacts and feel free. We'll provide the emails in case you have any more ideas. We're welcome. We're based at Kimihurra. Our office is in Kimihurra, just below the Prime Minister's office in Rwanda. Anytime you're welcome with more ideas, with more people on board. We're happy to work with them. So in the coming few weeks or few months, we'll be finalizing the research. We'll be getting all the inputs. We've been taking notes, and all the suggestions have been taken care of. So what we'll do is we'll put the inputs from today's workshop and finalize the Inception report. And please, we kindly request again that we have your emails we can share with you. After that, we'll be again contacting you and your institutions when we start the data collection. For the youth organizations, we'll be looking for representatives of the youth throughout the 30 districts of the country. And for the organizations or people who have been here, we'll be looking to also get your views by way of key informant interviews or focus group discussions on the issue of the youth. And it's been very important. We thank you, more so people from the Association of the Disabled. I think we've gotten some interesting insights. With research, always there will be something that you'll know that probably you miss out. And I'm glad that somebody came up with the issue of the disabled youth. So again, the slogan we have, I think, from the youth with this disabled person, we are leaving no youth behind. We are leaving no youth behind. We'll be coming to you again. Once again, I thank you for your participation. We don't take it for granted that you've spent a whole day with us. We thank you, and we request that the next time we invite you, we get even more participants. Once again, thank you for your participation. And before we leave, like I said, once again, I didn't use a microphone. We pass by the table at the behind there. You sign up for our allowances for the day. Thank you a lot. Thank you for your murakoze cyane.
Oye cabo chuga mi besenadi square